Ambasa, yesterday fatal error came for my session.
Okay, share your screen if possible.
Sure.
72.
72 is the one. Okay, let me just check.
After init 6, it was shown after init 6 fatal error, not booted.
Let me just check what was the error what you're facing. What's the 72? Am I right?
Yes, 72.
Yeah. Okay. I just started the machine, Murthy. You can just try on your side. Waiting for this to boot up.
Okay, my mission IP address KTTC hosts 10 192.168.56.10. We need to change it 11, right?
No, not an issue. If you have 10, then just use it 10 only.
Okay.
So I given everywhere it's 11, but you can use that as per your convenience. Just checking a quick what's the problem. Okay, and then we will start the actual topic where today I will be explaining about how to take a backup and what is the way to recover it. Those all will be demonstrated so that you can just try on your side that what is the steps to follow those to be recovered. Because once you build the database, then you can follow this all steps. So initially, whoever not completed their database creation, at least you start working on this. 1 minute, let me just open this file. Go to the device folder where you have a device. In that, just try to go with the Day2. In the Day2, we have a great database sentence. So maybe you can just log into the SSH to your IP address with Oracle user. So maybe I'll just type here one Oracle @ 192.168 168.56 dot, maybe the IP I given suggested for you all guys 11. So after that login, you just set the environment variable and give the instance name Oracle 19C O19C CDB1, and the software path you just mention it as per we installed with Oracle. I will just take with this Oracle. After that, just prepare one file or just copy paste this particular line, hit enter. So what happens is this creates one of the instance called O19C CDB1, and you can even prepare it and then run this part. And don't drop it. This is just for information like how to drop your database if database what you prepared you wanted to drop it. So like this, I given you the you can say this way to prepare it. At least just get it complete on your side. Even I will start from my side that this machine.
DBC it won't work.
DBC works. If you wanted a GUI, you can even use GUI also, not an issue. Answer. This is a DBC only, but DBC with silent, DBC with GUI. If you want to go with DBC GUI, you can do that. I will show you that steps as well. You can follow that as well. Let me first kick off this particular options where let's start the machine. Here we go. And same way, I'll just try to see what's the error the Mukti is facing. And whoever not started, please at least start this particular process. It takes a little bit more time. So that is the reason I'm worried about you to start this. Okay, so just start it. And here I'm just sorting out what's the problem. Let's see it. So Murthy, on your case, this is connected, and let's see the wired setting in that. And here's my IP address to verify what IP address we have been set. It's 11, not 10. Yes, it's 11. Let's take 11 here. And here's my 11 rather than 10. You can see it's and remove smoothly. You can see here it's not a 10, but yes, in your it is host you have to modify accordingly. So I'm just logging with Oracle. Maybe password is O. You haven't set, then set it. I'll duplicate the session. Login with root 123. Just check here under the etc. You already did this via etc. So you have 11 here. See? So everything is fine. And you can just go to here. Software. Did you install the software, Murthy?
No, I stuck it there only.
What is the error you faced? Okay, let me just do it from my side for you to get it help. And whoever not done, please get it finished from your end. This is what I steps yesterday shown to you or even given to you. Go to Day1 folder. There I given first you prepare the groups and users. And then go ahead and change the hosting. So this is what I given all the steps. Make sure that you follow the instructions given. So let me just show you one by one. So here I will double verify. Just check whether the groups is there or not. Grep with the O install with the is there. Grep with the grep. Sorry, come again.
What is the file name for Day2 that is we are installing?
Yes. Yes, in the Day2, Day-wise folder in the Day2. That's it.
Folder name?
Day-wise only. Day-wise in the Day-wise
Okay.
folder. So this is a Day2. Okay, so just refer it. And here's my for whoever not done the installation. Let's go for here. It is a group, and you can say ID Oracle.
Can you share the URL for that one?
Let me
Day2.
share. Same URL. Not yesterday's link only. Just a moment. Let me share it one more time. Copy, done, and I placed it in the chat box. Now you can refer it. Thank you. Let's continue. The point here is I just back to the ID and just check whether you have prepared the folder or not. So that means the folder is ready. In that, did you unzip the software or not? Let's check. Under the product, we have already unzipped the software. No, you haven't done the software unzip. Okay, Murthy, can you do that on your side? So I want you to do it. Otherwise, if I do anything from my side, then it won't be practiced done by you guys. So better you do it on your side. Okay. So I'll just
Thank you.
yeah, thank you. And I'll just try to show you from my side that how to go ahead and prepare the database. In this example, I'll just connect to my machine, which is a machine 11. And here's my username is called Oracle, password is O. Guys, who were not done, please note of it. I'm just preparing the database now. Yesterday I installed my software. To check where my software has been installed, please use this command like orist.loc, and in this folder, in this file we have an inventory folder. In this inventory folder, you have one more folder called content XML, and here you can see this is the content XML folder. Inside this folder, you will see the inventory.xml. Just refer that. This is the software location. To identify where is my software, just refer this. Okay, so whoever not sure this, please note of this. I'll save it as a Day2 output. After this installation path is noted, you better to go with the database creation. For that, I will open my Day2 file, which I shared to you guys. Open this file, and in that, just set first environment variable. So here's my path which I will be using: dot space o9b and o19c cdb1, and software path is this. So I can verify now my SQL process. It's a version whatever has been installed. After that, I will just check nothing is there in the file wise. So I'll open one of the file. This is the one. You can give any name. I'm just referring this one, and it's just empty file. Now add it this line. So in this line, what I wanted to remember or to be noted. So here I'm preparing the database without opening the GUI. It's called silent, and the template what we is referring here is a gender purpose. This is my database name, my instance name, and I'm not referring any response file. And I keep the universal character set, and the combined size would be 800 MB. And I want the enterprise manager with the, and also I need the CDP part. So if you want the super username is sys, but its password is given here. System password is also given here. It always has to have some upgrade characters, one uppercase, one special character with one integer. Sample schema, if you want it, you can leave it. You can make it true. Otherwise, you can leave it. So this way, you just prepare this file, and this template file name, which is by default location, would be under this location. Under this location, there is a folder called assistance DBCA. There you will see the templates folder. There you have this file. So backend, this template file, which is guiding to the my DBCA. How do I perform the REST database creation part? So all it is referred from here. What I'm saying, okay, go ahead and now run this particular options. Hit enter, and this takes wait of time. Let it wait for this to finish. Once this is prepared, we will go ahead and understand the backup stuff. So get it finished. I will be on mute till that. You just complete from your end.
Ambassador, this is Dhanushya.
Yes, please.
I'm facing issue on installation. Can you please check?
Yes, you can.
79.
79. Okay, let me check.
Thank you.
We can run it through putty or I mean.
Silent can be done anywhere. It does not matter. You can
Yeah.
use your mobile. Yeah. Question that you can run it anywhere. Yeah, let me check. Give me 2 minutes.
Is it under Oracle user or root user?
Under Oracle user, you have to log in with the Oracle user only. Yeah. Yes, sir. You can just see this is a Oracle user. have to be always, other than the initial beginning user creation and all, rest all you have to do it as a Oracle user only. Okay. This is the one which I can hide. I'm just checking with
The software folder not existed in the DV home.
Murthy. Just you have to unzip it.
Not shown total 0. ls minus l, it is shown 0 files.
Okay, so see, just you do one thing like this. You go to this location as an Oracle user from the mobile store, and in this it will be empty. But first you have to say unzip. This is a file where we have zipped file, which is the called stage location, destination where to unzip it here. So after this unzipping, make sure that you are logged in as Oracle user from the mobile store. Then do the unzip. Then only this folder gets populated with some files.
Okay. Currently 0 files there, but
Yes.
I
Yes,
will.
after this
I will-
unzip. Yes.
Sure.
And then make sure that you log in with mobile store. I hope you install the mobile store or it is already there. If not, install the mobile store first.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And as a root user, install the packages. It's also given there. To fix the missing packages, you go to this location and install these packages with as a root user. Otherwise, it will give error. This kind of error you may face. I'm checking from my side, Dushmanta. You can just log out from your end. Sure. Yeah, 79, right?
79, yes.
Let me just check. Guys, mutate your side if possible. So here's my login details. Let's check. 79. So what is the error? You may see that this is a graphic problem. Okay, so it's a common error. What you can do, you can just open a new tab like this here. This is the plus symbol. Just click here and then do the one which you log in initially. This SSH, you have to do it with a SSH and Oracle @192.168.6.11. After connecting to this machine, it will ask for the password. Say that do not show again. Say yes. Maintain the. Now it's connected. Now open this now here. The same file, pwd. This is the one. Just go to this location and do the run this. Okay, so the switch user will not work. That is the answer. Now you can see now it's supposed to open the graphic scene.
Okay.
And here it may give me the error saying that null pointer exception part. What you can do, you can just set this is the expected error. This is the one unsupported OS error. So I'll say here, okay, are you sure you want to proceed? No. I say no here. And I'll just try to go for here, more software and software issues. So here I have to take this particular variable, put this variable here, export, and this is the variable name, go to OEL8. So now rerun one more time, you'll get this page and this gets open. So reason behind to use this variable is Oracle Linux is introduced latest. So but my Oracle 19c or 12c whatever it was released before. So Oracle 8 do not know about the old software. So we are assuming our OS or my software we are saying that. So you just cope or you can say cope up with the Linux OEL 8. So now he understood that, okay, so even 19C now understand that new OS, so he is able to catch up that and allow us to complete the installation. So just continue now. So I'll close it from here.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, could you
Yes.
check mine once, please? Actually, I did not get that pop-up to click no.
Okay. Let's
Mine is user 78.
78. Okay, let me just take that. This pop-up is not coming.
But I have actually launched the database setup wizard, but I did not get the pop-up.
This
So
is the
this
one.
is the old one, the previous, the one before, which is 6, tab number 6. So there it says that it has been completed.
Okay, this says that it's moved it, and let's check here. You need to check here, PI, and this is the installation, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Now go ahead and check that. So maybe not there here. Let's go ahead and verify. And here's any errors. But here's the log files.
Okay, good.
You can see here it is completed. So let's wait for this to check. Here's my succeed true. That means just verified here. Cat etc part. So this is not having anything, but still we are okay. Database is not there, but just check here. Cat etc for our nh.m. And this is the inventory path. You can just verify this. Here's the software path. Now you can carry with the DBC equation. You can just run this command and O19C CDB1 and instance would be the software path would be this. From here, you follow the Day2 file and just close it.
Okay, okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. So in my case, it's keep going. You can see that database creation is almost 46% is over. How about others? The system is very slow.
Mine also 46% completed.
Very good.
Mine completed.
Oh, who's completed?
Pradeep, yeah.
Pradeep, very good. So, Pradeep, once you just completed, you have to go ahead and perform the archive mode and take a admin backup. I'll give you all the details, but make sure that you complete those all tasks. User
Yes,
75. Let me just
Yes.
check. User 75. Vivek. Then you did a backup also, very good. I'm not able to do anything. Okay. Vivek, can I ask?
This size.
Yeah, Vivek, can you please take one more machine if I give you? Is it possible?
Sorry, your voice is breaking. Your voice is breaking. I'm able to log in the machine, but I'm not able to do anything.
Okay, let me just check. I will just check.
Yeah. It's 75. User 75.
Okay. And disconnect from your end, please. Vivek, can you disconnect from your end?
It is disconnected. It is disconnected.
Yeah.
everything is saved in the day-wise day-2 notepad?
Yes, day 2, I just mentioned how to prepare the database. I'll give you the flow, how we keep going accordingly. I just mentioned. Do not drop it. It is just for if required. Don't do a drop. Rather just prepare it. It is just for if required. Okay, so if you want to practice, you can do that. But
Got
yes,
it.
we not.
Ambasa, I think it is not updated. In-
Actually, I'm not able to see the updated document.
Let me just check. Yeah, day 2 synced, right? It's 1 minute. Let me just check. Refresh. This is a day 2, and what I will do, I'll just try to go with the day wise. That day 2 sync. Let's see. What you guys have to do, you have to just open the Google Drive, and always once you open the Google Drive, just reload it on the Google Drive. That would be better.
Okay.
Okay, so here there's an option called reload the page. It's a reload. It's already there. See. Okay, just check please once again. It's there in the Google Drive. Okay, let's come back to my this machines to resolve the issue. Okay, this is a virtual box. This is already powered off. Yeah, what is the question, Vivek, in this?
Actually, I'm not able to start the machine. It is so much too much slow. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, now let's check here. I started from my side. See, able to connect. I can now able to start. See, check the internet speed. Okay, so if that is the case, always if you are unable to connect and then log in, then there would be a internet issue. You have to just check.
I think there's some maybe some issues. But
What you can do, you can type here fast.com. So he will give you what speed you are using. Okay, so just check fast.com. So where he will give you the details. Okay, so now let's close it from my side. You can try on your side. Guys, update me once it is finished on your side. So I can just give you further instructions, like once after this database prepared, this is just for a reference. If required, drop it. In our case, not required. Case clearly given that in our case not required, do not do it. Now later what we will do, we will just prepare the this is right now we will prepare the PDBs. So later we will see how the PDBs has to prepare. So right now we do have a CDB dollar root and PDB dollar seed. Only this is the two containers will be able to see. So what we need to say, these are all called, they both are called containers. But out of these two containers, one of them would be called PDB only. What is that? The first one is called PDB. Make sure that this is called PDB. So from here onwards, except this root container, all other containers called pluggable databases. Except root container, all other containers are called pluggable databases. Short term is PDBs. And here this would be always in reader. Initially, you can read only. You can change it, but it is not recommended. So what I'm mean to right now say that you just prepare the new PDB from the existing seed. So what I need to do here, I need to say that create later after your database gets created, create pluggable database. See, PDB dollar. So how do I do it? Let me explain that. Okay, so first you finish your database creation and confirm me that it is done. So I will continue from here. Later we will see the the backup?
Mine is 46% completed.
46 takes a lot of time, guys. You can see it's a 46. It takes around you can see 15 to 20 minutes based on the speed of machine. So don't need to worry. It a little bit takes time. That's the reason I'm just trying to complete the what is the point is asked here.
For me also, it is taking time. I've stuck at 46%.
Okay. So meanwhile, we will understand some theory part. You just see that, and then once the database is finished, we will continue from there.
So Ambassador, this CDB creation, so we'll do it from mobile extern or from the
Anything. You can choose anyone. It is up to you. Putty or mobile system, anything. Only the graphical time you use the mobile system. Rest, it is your choice.
All right. Okay.
Guys, you just note of it here. I'll be giving you some backup and recovery idea of what you have to recollect in the backup and recovery case. This is a folder, again the same folder, no difference. The file to find out, just find out from the backup and recovery folder. So I'm just giving you the information about here about your backup utility called RMAN. RMAN is one of the backup and recovery tool, which is stand for recovery manager, which will help us to take a backup of given out of your data file, control file, log file, archive file, password file. We can possible to take only 4 files through RMAN. What are those 4 files? One is a SP file, one is control file, one is data file, and one is archive file. Okay, so that's a point to note. The backup is stored in a different location based on where you wanted to keep it. The precedence would be, the order would be, it will first check in a whether you can go ahead and keep it in the format. So if the format is not given like this, there is a formatting I can push. I can put that backup and format like this location I can put, and some location or with what file you wanted to take. Or I can put some configure command. Every time I don't need to take a backup, I would say that go ahead and keep it the backup here. And FRA, if you don't want to give it manually this configure command, you don't want to give every time backup, to doing the backup. Any question? Let's continue. As I said that the backup, which you can keep it in the format wherever you can just mention it, and configure the backup where you can say that every time I don't want to give the format, rather you take the location where it has to be backed up. And this is the runtime. You can just change it this format. You can give it any, but here it's a one time to give it. It is updated in the control file. Whereas the third one, you can put it in the parameter file, that where do I want to keep the backup. If you set the FRA, then it will take this path. And if you don't want here, FRA is supposed to be keep not only the RMAN backup, it also takes the, it will also keep the archive files actual location. And also, if you don't mention all the 3, then it goes to the DBS folder in case of Linux or Unix, and in case of Windows, it goes to the respective ones. So now, if you are going with the root container, or you can say the CDB database kind of stuff, I can go for the root container plus all PDBs backup, or I can take the specific PDB by using these commands. Backup pluggable database, this is the name of the pluggable database. I can even mention the multiple stuff. I can take this backup, making sure that. Yeah, any questions, Sunil?
Yeah.
Let's keep continuing here. Whenever you wanted to take a backup through RMAN, it is 2 types of backup to be referred. One is either it is a backup in a mounted mode. What is the question? Why we are using validate in pluggable database for CDB? Just for a testing. It is not mandatory to take a validate. It is just for a, if you want to, the validate is nothing but when you wanted to see that is there any corruptions are there or not. This is for validating. You can even validate it before taking a backup, or you can take actual backup. rather than validate, you can take actual backup. If you use a validate, it will only verify, it won't take the actual backup, rather it just checks is there any file blocks are corrupt or not. If is there any block corruptions, he will identify and he will show you the block number and the data file numbers. What are the files has been. Let's continue here. So I'm just giving you again the same point where RMAN backup information will be stored in a control file. It's important. So due to which we can take RMAN backup, at least open mode must be mounted, or it can be read or write, or it can be a read only. But again, it's we cannot possible to take RMAN backup in shutdown mode. We cannot take RMAN backup in shutdown mode. We cannot take a backup in no mode mode. We cannot possible to take RMAN backup in these two. At least it has to be mounted or it has to be open. So if it is mounted, then it is called cold backup. If it is open, it is called hot backup. Irrespective whether it's cold backup or hot backup, your database can be no arclog mode or the database can be arclog mode. There are two stages. One is no arclog mode or arclog mode, either of the cold backup case or the hot backup case. Does not matter. So in case of no arclog mode and mount mode, I can take SP file, control file, data file. Whereas in case of hot backup mode, I can take only SP file and control file. Common questions like, can I take a RMAN backup in a no arclog mode? Answer, it's a partial question. Okay, so if I say no arclog mode, then I need to give further information. Are you talking about your database is already open? Are you talking about, can I take a data file? Answer, you can't take data file, but still I can take SP file and control file, even though it is no arclog mode, even though it is open mode. Does not matter. So that's the point to note. So it's a partial answer, no arclog mode, can I take a backup? So answer maybe or may not be based on what file you are looking for. If you ask me the data file I can take, can I take data file backup in a open mode, in a no arclog mode? Answer, no, you can't. Because the backup will be keep overwriting. During the backup, hot backup, I may have a chances of read-log file gets overwritten, and that backup is useless. That backup cannot be used for recovery because the read-log file gets overwritten in a no arclog mode. Due to that, it is not allowing to take a data file backup. That's the reason. To make a data file backup in a consistent mode, my read-log file should be archived. But since you are in no arclog mode and you cannot do archiving, and in that case the backup cannot be made consistent. To make a consistent, I need either read-log file should not be overwritten or the read-log file should be archived somewhere. So due to that, they have given a criteria that it has to be either arclog mode here like this. It has to be arclog mode. You can say either you can go for arclog mode in a mount mode or open mode, does not matter. Then you can take a backup. But if it is no arclog mode, but please that case, then shut down it and then mount it and then take a backup. This is possible. Why is it so? Because in the mount mode, you cannot change the data file, and you can't change the data file. That means you are any modification is not happening, and there's no modification means this is a consistent backup. So there is no need of a redo. So due to that, I can still take a data file backup in a cold mode. Then that's because cold backup. In a no arclog mode, I can take a data file, but at least it has to be mounted. Then only we can take. Otherwise, this is not possible. This backup information where it shows either of the case, either it's maintained only in the recovery in the target database control file, it's mandatory, or you can keep it in a recovery catalog database. This is another database, but it is recommended, but it is optional part. So where do you keep the actual backup? See, backup information is there in the control file and the recovery catalog. This below is optional, but the backup actual goes to either in the format what you mentioned. During the backup, you can mention it, or I can tell that go to the configure location, so where we can fix it the location, or I can don't want to do these two, I will put a FRA location, or I can even put it. I don't put any FRA path, even I don't mention format, I don't even fix for configure. So this would be the default location, like the DBS folder. Okay, so if it is rack case, then it will be any one of the node. So please make sure that if you're connecting the rack, then if you have multiple channels, then accordingly the file gets stored up in a respective place. So we will see one right now. We are in still not yet configured the rack part. So once it is configured rack, so there also we will just do this whole activity again. So this is at the beginning where you need to understand what file I can take a backup and how will be referred like a no rcloud mode and a rcloud mode, and which is my open mode and what is my log mode. According to that, answer would be whether to take possible the specified file. So overall in the rman I can take 4 files backup. Using rman we can take four files back. What are those? I just go here. One is SP file, second one is control file, third one is a data file, the fourth one is based on whether the rcloud mode or not, but just so what happens, it is the internal doing is before taking a backup, it is performing one log switch and then it is performing the ready log file as a rcloud file backup. In the background, whenever you fire the command, backend it does the alter system rcloud current. So let's say this is my ready log file, and what it does in the background, it does in the alter system rcloud current. In that case, the current ready log file gets current ready log file gets rcloud, then it takes the rcloud back. Then rman takes rcloud file back. That's a point to note. Any questions here? This is a point to note.
Could you repeat this step once, please?
You don't need
Sorry.
to do it. This internal does it.
Hello.
Questions?
Yeah.
Archive mode is must and should for Arman data file backup.
Murthy, this is what I just given. Is it a must and should? Answer, in no rcloud mode, I can still take a backup. I can take 1, 2, 3, but it should be in mounted mode. If it is a no rcloud mode, but your database is not mounted, it is open. In that case, only we can take these 2 files back. Can I take a backup in no rcloud mode? Answer, yes. Which file? Only these 2 in an open mode.
Only parameter file, control file, right? Yeah.
Yes, only SP file, not P file, only SP file.
Yes, yes.
It's a
Data file
partial
not.
backup.
Yes, please.
It's a partial backup.
It's a kind of a part, only, yeah, it's a kind of a part.
In consistent backup, Arman will take, right?
Yeah, rman will take a consistent, we call it as a backup plus the rcloud becomes a consistent.
Backup plus
a-
archive is consistent.
If it's
Okay.
open. And if it is a cold backup, then rcloud no more required, but it is always consistent. At least it has to be mounted. So yes.
Yes, yes. Cold backup.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yeah, actually, you are saying that alter system rcloud current and alter system switch log file. If we switch, right, so that already existing also get archived, or it will go to next.
Right. No,
It
by
only
default, no, whenever switch happens, it is anyhow it is doing rcloud only. But what we are saying here, do it immediate current also start archiving along with the previous. Okay, so here we are forcing immediate to do current also, so that I will include in my backup.
Okay, and one more thing, if you're taking backup, right, you're getting snapshot of control file backup. So what is the purpose of snapshot of control file backup? See, normally we are taking current control file backup also and snapshot control file backup also. What is the purpose of keeping that one? We can remove it, right?
This is considered its original control file, and this is my backup triggered. In the original, let's see if I have a data file 1 and data file 2. Like this, I have a, let's say I have 10 data files. This is my original control file, has 10 data file path. If I fire the backup, what happens? It is backup says that I will start taking a backup, whatever the file is given to me. But here, my backup is keep happening. This is a backup is started reading this particular file, but you are keep adding the data files. So what happens? The backup will, in that case, will be never ending. So your backup is happening and you are adding data file also. What Oracle says that, so while taking a backup, I no need to refer this part. If you add another data file again and again, what I will do during the backup, how much data file we have? Let's say around 10. So that 10 is noted as a one copy will maintain as a snapshot. Record here snap. In that case, what happens? It will never refer the original. If you add another data file here, he'll never refer it. He takes snapshot is taken, and during the backup, the snapshot says that we have 1 to 10 data file. So I will take only those 10 data files back. irrespective you add it further or not. So due to that, it is a useful.
So one more thing, Abasa. Normally, if you are taking backup, right? So at the time when the backup was in progress, and we have added 2 to 3 data files at the particular moment. Okay, when the backup is in progress. So I can restore when I restore the same backup. So these data files can be restored, or normally I found that unnamed data file kind of thing.
Correct. Because it's
What?
snapshot. Yeah, because the snapshot says that during that backup, whatever it is noted, that only it is referred. Let's say this is fired at around, let's say 9 a.m. and 9 a.m. let's say this is SCN 100. So up to 100 SCN, whatever the data file is there, those will be considered. But end of the completion, where dictionary says that no, there was not only 10. So actually, it is snapshot is taken well before the system data file. The snapshot control file, it is referred accordingly, and whereas the system data files later you put it there, you will see that. So due to that, there's a mismatch. These are called unnamed. So that's the reason we say that during the backup, if you add a data file, the snapshot will only take respect to data files where the backup gets triggered on a specific timing. Up to that point, whatever the structure is there, only that will be captured as a backup. Otherwise, it will be a never-ending story. So to avoid the never-ending story, like making an infinite loop, so they have worked out with the solution.
But what will happen with those files when we are restoring that?
During the next backup, you need to take further backup if you do structure changes. So what is a definition of a backup says that when to take a backup whenever there is a structure changes. But you said that I'm taking a backup simultaneously I'm doing structure changes, then there would be no consistency. A consistency will be given to you. To make it consistency, either you do your structure changes, get it finished, and then take a backup, you will get structure changes. So data changes, it's okay, but not for structure changes like a data file adding. So that data file adding, either you get it complete well before backup, or take a backup, let it backup complete, and take one more backup as an incremental backup after the structure change is done. So that will be there in the incremental backup to solve that problem.
Is there any other changes?
No other chances.
Okay.
So then how can I restore? Means normally I'm having a clone server. So when I added this one, I found that unnamed data files. So should I apply any archives or other thing apart from that? I should again take the backup and I need to restore.
Incremental backup.
Full backup I have to take.
Incremental.
Okay.
Yeah, take the SCN number and take the incremental backup, right?
Yes, incremental backup and then catalog it and then restore it.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
We had a issue 2 days back.
Hmm.
Okay, we have taken the full backup. Then we have initiated the restore. So if it is completed 10 a.m., we have initiated the restore at 11 a.m.
Okay.
Okay, then we have started restore. It was filed like inconsistent file. So number file, it is inconsistent.
Correct.
It's fine with undo table space. Means undo table space more required one file.
Correct.
Then we have initiated the archive backup. Then it was completed. We have mentioned same timing in the restore. Then again it was failed with same error.
There is open transactions. So that open transactions unable to get either it's committed or whether to roll back. So that is the reason it is keep asking that stuff. So whenever you talk about specific backup you asked, so that open transaction is actually where it is looking for to be finished, either to be referred as a committed or to be a rollback. In that case, it needs that to be making consistent. It needs that archive offer should be there. So for that, you need to make sure that whenever you're taking a hot backup, so either you have to have some SCN point of view, you can restore it. Up to that point SCN, whatever it is, you can say having the committed data, only that much it will restore it and recover it. Otherwise, if you don't say that I don't mention any until word, so what it is that it's keep asking future date as of the latest change in the control file SCN. Control file says that I need a 101 and you need to again give 101. In that again we have open transactions. Again I need to give archives, again it will ask. Like that there will be a never ending. In that case also, to make it not to ask again and again, we need to make until SCN. Okay, that's the solution.
Later we have raised an SR with Oracle support. They are saying like you need to mention the exact completed time of full backup.
That's what it says here. You can put until SCN also. It's a possible answer. Yes.
Okay, one more doubt here. You are saying right, PDBs under CDB something, right? What are the common files? All the PDBs and different files PDBs.
Yes. Yesterday we started with that discussion where if you open my day1 file, and in that I just repeat one more time. The day1 says here. So the common files are we discussed is the SP file. You can see here the SP file, control file, readelog file. Yeah, SP file, control file, readelog file, archive file, password file. Except my temp file and data file, and undo. In short, where the data stores. So the table space where we have undo table space and you can say the temporary table space and permanent table space. So the collection of table space is what we have each PDB, but rest all files are common. Is it clear?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Arman image level and block level will take, both levels will take, right?
In case of Arman, we have a two way of taking a backup. One is called backup as backup set. That is called, we call it as the backup set, where it will only taking as a changed block. One more is called backup as copy, which is exactly taking like a CP command. What is that meaning? Let's explain it like this. Here we have a data file, and this by data file, let's consider that it is having a 10 GB, and in that 10 GB, let's consider that you have only 2 GB of data. If I take a RMAC, you can mute it guys from your end. If I take a backup as backup set, this is the default, then it will take only 2 GB data. This is a like only used block. If you take a backup as copy, then it will take 10 gig of data. That is nothing but what is my data file size, that would be the backup size. So here the backup as backup set, only the used content will be referred. I can use here restore mandatory. Here I can directly use that backup as switch. So restore not mandatory. I can use it direct backup as restore mandatory here, and here restore not mandatory. We can use the backup as our original copy. So I can do that way as restore is not mandatory. When we will use this kind of backup, when you wanted to do, you can say the movement of data files from non-ASM to ASM, we prefer to go with backup as copy because it is shifting the entire backup as the original file. So there, I no need to restore it. So I will just switch the data file. So in the control file, I will tell, okay, my backup, you use it as original and recover it. That's it. So that's how things works. This is we call backup as backup set. This is a backup as image copy. So this backup as copy, sometimes also called image copy backup. Is called image copy backup. Any questions here?
Image copy only take in tapes only, not disk, right? Or both disk and tape?
What is the image? What is the question asked?
Image copy can take both disk and tape. We can take backup. Any concession?
One more point. Image copy, we have to keep it only in the disk-based media, not in the tape.
Yeah, hello.
Any questions?
Yeah, Hussein here. Yeah, actually, I want to ask you, when we are restoring the database in clone server after taking backup, means while migrating, so sometimes we'll face incarnation. Means everything is fine. Means we have taken first control file backup and then all data files backup we have taken in full backup. So while restoring, we found that the DB is in incarnation state. So when we set incarnation to particular set means key, so that control file is getting restored. Before that, it was not getting restored. Can you please tell about why? Means when we have taken backup, right? It was like no error, nothing was there. But while restoring, we found this error. So when this happens,
incarnation, when you talk about it's like whenever you fire the reset logs to a database, the new incarnation gets applied.
But sorry to interrupt, but we have not done any reset log with anything. Means DB level also we have not done anything. Means reset log nothing but starting with new SCNs, right?
Correct.
But we have not done anything from DB in production. While restoring, we face this one.
I need to check the log. But answer to your question, whenever you do set reincarnation and you are trying to restore or allowed to restore it, that means you are backing up the old, you can say the incarnation SCN. From that point, you are asking about to take a backup. The latest incarnation, you do not have a original files, so that means there are certain files which are part of the old incarnation. In that case, it is expecting you to set the incarnation to old so that it will pick up from that point, from the previous incarnation to up to this point. So that's what you said that your side haven't done any reset logs. Then I have to check actual environment and give on the fly the answer. But this incarnation concept is always happens whenever you go with the reset logs, and also it also possible that we can after reset logs, if you want to do one more time restore, but you are not backed up after the reset logs. But I have a backup which is previous incarnation. I can take the latest control file and I can tell that okay, you control file your latest incarnation. Don't know the previous incarnation backup, but let me just set it old incarnation so that he can take it from that point. So because of my restoration, I wanted to that specific SCN to be applied. My SCN right now, I'm applying with let's say after reset logs there is some SCN, but my restoration is asking for the old SCN to be until that point to be recovered. In that case, I need to go with the old incarnation backup to be restored first and do the point in time recovery.
Okay, and one more thing. If for example we have a standby and it is enabled with flashback is enabled in standby,
Okay.
and we have data files added in production due to some reason sanity happened in standby. Sanity happened in standby. So what happens? Archives are not there. Archives are not there. So some of the data files are not showing. Means like if you give command report schema, so there it was size was not showing up. Means which it is not a control file was not identifying. So what might be the cause for that? Means only archives was not there. Means we can take incremental, but we have done like different thing. Like we have set incarnation and we have done.
So your case, the incarnation restoration means some of the data files belongs to the read only. You made it. In that case, those are pertaining to the old reset logs stuff. So due to that, you are always has to have a set incarnation to be restored and then apply. So that's what your case is happening.
And one more thing, if we are setting incarnate means if we are doing restoring also, this flashback log should be to be there. Why? Because we have created a restore point. So restore point will be automatically enable the flashback, right? Flashback database.
Correct.
So normally, if we remove the flashback logs, so will it get restored? Why? Because archives are there, right?
No, the flashback will use those flashback logs after the roll forward is done to do a consistency it required arc log. But if you remove the flashback logs, then the flashback will not work only using the archives. Okay, so you need a flashback logs to go back, and you need a archeologs to make it consistent. Okay, so you cannot use the archeologs to only archeologs to go back. Answer to that question.
Okay.
Right. So that's how it works. Okay, guys, just see here my database is moved from 46 to 66, and let it complete. I just given some information you guys. To take a 15 minutes break, it's 11:35. So you can take a 15 minutes break back on, then we'll continue from here. Maybe till that the database gets finished. That's its creation part. Then we will go ahead and do our backup and recovery scenarios. Okay, so it's 11:35. You can just back on after 15 minutes. Thank you. Let's share the screen. Here you go. So my database gets created. You can see here. I hope yours also completed the stuff. You can see here is my entire database gets created. The output is shared to you. You can even later refer this. There's a data output. So I have completed the database creation. So before that, whatever has been covered, I just put my output location. So I just explained that there is a inventory to check what is the software has been installed. Second, I just explained about how to prepare the database. Now I'm about to go for taking a backup. So right now I can just see that there is a to take a backup. First, let me prepare the connect identifier or the TNS or listener configurations. What we will do, we will first go for listener configuration, then we will go for the backup. So try to remember here. First, we will go with the listener configuration or the network configuration for the given just prepared database. Here is my first point to perform. Just open the listener.org file, BI, Oracle host, network, admin, and listener.org. In the listener.org file, I'll just mention here, this is my listener.org file where you have to mention what is my listener name. Let's say listener 1 equal to, this is my description. In the description, I have to put what is my address, and in the address you have to put the host, your IP address 192.168.56.11. The port number, I'll just take 1521. You can pick up any number, and between 0 to 65.535. And here is my protocol, which I would take TCP protocol, and address bracket completed, description bracket completed. This is my listener details. Just save it here. This is a point to note. So later I can add one more entry, like how many database service names we have, what is my instance name we have, like that we can add it, or you can directly put that information in my local listener parameter, and that will be pointing to your listener, and that registration will happen in the background. So either you go with the registration manually, we call static registration, or let's Oracle do registration for you in a dynamic way. So let me just explain that what exactly it's mean. You have a point to note down here is between listener and the instance, there is a binding is required. This binding is other word is called registration. In case of registration, we have a two way. One is called static registration. The other one is called dynamic registration. One is called static registration. The other one is called dynamic registration. But here, how do I make a registration, or which process does it on behalf of instance? The registration will be done by here the process name called pmon up to 11G does a registration with listener up to 11G, and front policy, which is a process we call now LREG. So what it does, it will do the registration part. And what do you mean by registration? Like instance information giving to my listener. That information, how do I give it? Either runtime give it, which is called dynamic registration. So if you have a port number 1521, then only this works with the dynamic registration. If you have other than this port number, then the dynamic registration will not work. That's a point to note. And this will happen in a mount phase. Whenever you go with the mount phase, this will happen. So if you are an instance in no mount state and you are not registered, that means you will be seeing that there is an instance is blocked. The word called BLOCKED, blocked. The blocked means it is not still known of the listener, doesn't know the instance details. That is, we call the instance is blocked. So that to avoid, you have to have a static registration and put it in the listener.org file. So for that, what you can do, you just open this particular file and add this below entry. So for that, I have to say here SID underscore list. You can say here the information sample file is given here. You can just refer that inside this folder, and here we have sample folder. Inside the sample, we can just open this file, and they given you what all we can put. So we can put like this SID list and listener name, and the SID list and the SID descriptions. So what I'm doing, I'm just putting the same way. Here I can mention one step back, BI listener, and here I'll just put SID underscore list underscore listener name, and equal to, this is my SID list. In the SID list, I will say SID description. In the SID description, I have to mention three values. One is my global database name, and one is my instance name, we call it as SID name, and the other one will be my software path. Called here Oracle, and here I can put the SID description here. Let's close this. This way, you can just put all the details in this file and save it. So what all I need to bring it to get it filled up, let me just show you. Here I have to give the first value would be like here. Let me just log into the database and just type here show parameter, and I will type here the service and square. This value I'll pick up and give it over here. So in my the global DB name, plus I will also exit from here, just give it echo Oracle SID. This is my second value. Third value I'll give it here echo. The order can be anything. So if you create your database backend, I just explained in a previous case. Here you go. After end of database creation, you will see the global database name is my this name. This is a global DB name, and this name, this is my instance name, system identifier name, and my Oracle home path. So you have to give these three values. Let me just explain that part. BI, just put those values. In my example, it is both. This case, it's the same 119C CDP1. Here also I can see here 119C CDP1, and my software path, I have already software path with me. I'll just pick up this particular software path, give it there. So all the three is placed, and save it. Now try to reload the list. So if you change any configurations here, you can reload it by using this command. And to keep the log file details, you can just put here ADR base and the list name, and do the Oracle base path here. So this is my Oracle base path. Save it. After saving this all file, let me just copy this all and put it in the notepad. This is my list of configuration, and put it here under Oracle Home Network Admin listener.com. On this file, and as a which user you are doing it, obviously as an Oracle user. So this is my Oracle user. I open this particular file. I may have to say here start if it is not started. Right now my listener is not started. Let me start. Now I can connect to my database instance by using this particular information. But if I have later added another global, another pluggable database, what I will do, I will just copy this file lines 5YY and then paste it here. So here I need to just change my PDB name. Example, I'll go for here. I will prepare new PDB with the help of this. So if I prepare one more PDB 5YY, I just go for here, paste. So here I'll make it as a PDB. In short, what I did, I just keep adding the details of the each container name. For root container,
only global name we need to change it.
Yeah, only we have to change it global DB name. Answer is correct. So I no need to change the instance name because the root container or PDB1 or PDB2 all will have a common instance and the common software. So for me, the instance name is same, whereas the above one is my container name. For root container, I'll use the global DB name as this. For PDB1, I'll go ahead and refer it my PDB1. I'll use this is my PDB1. For PDB2, I'll use this. So this is my PDB name example here. So what is changed here? Only thing is changed the global DB name is changed. The rest all the same. The software path is same in all the cases, and no changes in the address. So address is same as it is. Hope it's clear. Any question? So let's give this information and save it. So either you put this all together. I will go with this is one way. If you don't want to go with keep adding the entry longer value, so what you can do, you can just add one more way is you have to, this is the one way listener registration can be done. The other way is, this is a method 1. Method 2 you can do is three things you have to do it here. One is you have to take the listener.raw file. We say here instance listener and instance registration. I'll go with here control X. I'll put here it's a method 1. So I'll go ahead and give you method 1. This is a listener and instance registration. Listener and instance registration. Either you go ahead and do it manually, making entry here, or this is method 2 of permissions. In method 2, I have to give step 1. In the method 2 first, I'll put this only this much of entry. This is the method 2 A step. You have to follow first. Open this file, only keep the address and listener log for location. Don't give anything other than this. B, in this, open the not only just listener.raw file, open one more file called tns. In rack, it will automatically happen, so you no need to do it. In the rack, it will go to the second method and also does it automatically. So it will open this particular file. You can mention here whatever the name. I'll just say here my database name I can mention, but you can even mention anything. I'll go for here ABC. You give any value. So here, and this any value, just put it here. This is my listener address. What is this called? Connect identifier. So here ABC is called connect identifier. Okay, so using this LREG or PMON based on version will contact listener for registration, for static registration. So now, which process does it? Here ABC is a connect identifier. Using this process, background process contact. So how it will be contacted? By using this particular parameter. You have to use this parameter in the SQL prompt by using this command. Here type show parameter local underscore listener, and it is not listener name. Common mistake, people think it's a listener name. It's not a listener name, it is actually connect identifier. What is my connect identifier name? Here is ABC. So once you run this command, so in the background, what happens? Here ABC is a connect identifier. The parameter local underscore test. Using this, what happens? My LREG or PMON up to 11G or from policy is from policy. You should say that it is from policy, and since we are not using 11G at this moment, so you need to say it's LREG only. LREG stands for listener registration up to 11G. So which is a background process will work. These are the background process. Which parameter they will use? Local listener. What is that value? Value is my connect identifier. Either you use this and then try to connect it. This is how the registration works. Either you manually keep adding the file lengths every time, or you can add this file lengths, or you can just put this particular value. Listener address. This is my listener address. Same listener address. You put it as a connect identifier here. The same value, copy paste, just listener address, and you can give the here listener name itself, but it is not a good way to keep listener name. Rather, I just made it changes. That value, whatever you placed it here, put that over here. So this is the internal happening in the rack case automatically for us. After this, you can just try to connect to each PDB by using these options. So we can say here create connect identifier, connect. To connect, one is for root container, to connect root container, that is called CDB $root. I will just say create identifier to connect my PDB1. Here you go. And also I will ask you to go and prepare for PDB2. So better you just thoroughly understand this concept, because it's very much tricky. Later you cannot. This is for this content. So now the point here is either I call it as a root container, it's for CDB root, and here we call PDB1 container or pluggable database. Sometimes I call it as a pluggable database, sometimes I call it a container. To create a connect identifier, what I will give this connect identifier name called connect CDB1 PDB. So it's up to you. You can give any name. I just given here. This is to connect to my second PDB. This is a second PDB or second pluggable database or third container. So like this, I prepared 3 container. One for this is for root container to connect. I'll just prepare this. I'll just make it this one 419C PDB. You give any value. I'll just give. So for root container, I will use @this. For PDB1, I will use @this. For PDB2, I'll use this @. This all where do I put it? I'll put it in my TNS installer. Here is my network admin TNS installer. Here I can just put like this. So take the address details, same as it is. Only thing is first let's put this, and here change it. And what you need to do, you need to add one more line here, connect data. And then the connect data, you have to type the global DB name what you given here. This copy paste this one. Example here, this one. So I'll just put this is my global DB name, and in the global DB name I have this value, and just close this connect options. That's it. So like this, I just copy this one more line. Let's go for here. Instead of for this, I will use a PDB1. This is my PDB1. Here I will use this. This is my connect identifier name, and here is my PDB name. So this is my connect identifier name, and this is my PDB name. So here is my PDB name is CDB1 PDB1 example. I'll just take this one. So copy paste this again one more time, just place it. So I'll put here 2. That's it. Now like this, place it and use it. That's it. So I wanted you to follow this whole steps. Let's do it from my side. After this all done, let's go ahead and prepare the pluggable databases. So here's my databases are prepared, or I just mentioned here, I may go with the method 1 or method 2. This is the method 1. I can just save it, and then the another file which I have to edit is vi.tns names.rf. In this tns names.rf file, I need to add these files, copy and paste. Now, as I given here, let's try to just calculate this file, pwd and tns. So this is what I given. So please note of it. One, I will just redisplay the output, which is cat with the lister.rf file and cat with the tns name, so that later you follow the same steps. And after this lister and tns entry prepared, you just try to go for start lister. So
can you show once again listener in method 2, cat it once?
Yes, in the method 2 I did not right now done it, but I'll show you how the method works. Method 2, let me first start by in the notepad. I just show you that what it is given in the method 2. Let me just scroll up. I'll show you one more time. In the method 2, there are total 3 steps I have to carry. One is A. I have to first prepare the listener.rf file. In that, just add the address of the listener. Okay, so this is the first one is my listener name. Second one is my description in that address of the listener, and this is my log location of the listener. And next, B, open the tns names.rf and use the same address. Only the instead of listener name, I would give some other name, which is we call connect identifier name. Step C, which I can say here, log into the database and just set this parameter local listener, and this value you have to put it what you've given in the tns name profile, the connect identifier name. After that, you can just try to connect to your respective PDBs. So that's it about the method 2.
Why you are keeping 3 files here? I am getting doubt here.
Sorry?
You are saying listener 1, there are many you are keeping, right, in listener.vara file?
No, I used this first one, this method 1. In the method 1, I mentioned each PDB, each container I registered like here. This is the first root container registered, PDB1 registered, PDB2 registered.
These are mandatory?
Yeah, if you don't want to give this way, then go with this method. Put this only one entry in the listener.aura file, only the address entry, and same address you put it in the tnstream.aura, and that value current identifier, give it in the parameter file. So in that case, I no need to maintain those entries. Is it clear?
One doubt, we need to explicitly mention this host and port number, no, in this altered system set local listener ABC.
Either you give the yourself the entire address, or you give the address details as some name, and that name you give it here. Either you put this address value directly here, or instead of this address entry here you are trying to put, rather give in this file, give some name for this address, and that value you give it over here. Is it clear? In the rack, it will does it address automatic for you. This address will be VIP address in a rack.
Yeah.
Hi Ambasa. For PDB, is it mandatory to define in listener.aura?
If you don't define, then go with method 2, local listeners mandatory. If you don't define, then if you are not using 1.21, it will not allow to connect. If you are not using 1.21, other than 1.21, we call static registration. If it is a static registration, mandatory if your listener is not running in 1.21. Your listener don't know those PDB details, and if you don't know, then the listener will not possible to redirect the connections, and your PDB or containers will not accept any connections. Yes, so answer to that based on whether the listener is which port you are using it. I will show you practically. Allow me to complete that. Okay, so here is my login details. Let me just show you first how to prepare the PDBs. So here is my first check. How many containers right now I have? Column and name, format A20, and let's see. Set lines 200, and give me the name of these options with the one mode or middle or containers. So I'm just running this. So it is showing me that there is a 2 containers, and also I can add one more column which I want to have. It is called one ID. Out of how many containers I have? 2 containers as of now. So I just logged in. I given you the syntax like how many containers I have at this moment. So I'm now asking you to refer. Once it is prepared, let's take a next container to prepare it. So out of this, what I have to refer, how many containers I have, same way I can just mention how many PDBs we have. So right now it says that we have only 1 PDBs. Because of except root container, it is all other containers called your PDBs. And this is always beginning read only. We can even change it. So first check where is my data files we have.
We need to create physical location for that.
Yes, they are physical data files. These are the location of the data files for those PDBs.
New PDB.
Now that based on the whether you are using a OMF parameter or if you are not using OMF parameter, we have to
Without
mention.
OMF. Without OMF.
Yeah, we have to give that path. Okay, so let me show you how it works. So like this is the point to note here. So let's now what we are saying that create a pluggable database from C. So what I need to do, I need to see here. One is are we using any OMF parameter or not? Right now, let's say non-OMF case.
One more doubt here, where we have made decision to create pluggable database here, normal to pluggable, while creating the database.
Okay, so while creation, this is the silent method we used it, and we mentioned here create container database true options we given. At the top, you will see that here this is option. Okay, so this from 21C it is a default. You no need to give it. Okay, so from 21C This is the default.
In DBCA, listener, it will ask for listener also, right? Manually, we no need to create.
If you go for graphical, yes, it will create. It will ask even listener creation there itself. You can give that listener details, and the listener gets created. Answer yes, it's possible. Any questions?
Yeah, normally you're using global DB name, right?
Yes.
Global DB name depends on your host name also, or we can have only that
Anything. You can
$,
give
services and container name is enough.
enough. It's not nothing to do with the host name.
Why? Because in that now again that DNS kind of resolving kind of thing is there. Normally, if you are having nodeapps.com and DB name is nodeapps, then that again that resolving need to be we have to put in address.
So right now we are not giving any domain name. So we are just keeping our DB nickname is the service names. Whatever the DB nickname is mentioned, that would be our service name. Okay. So here nothing extra domain name we mentioned it. Any questions? Next, I'm just giving here the way to perform. One is PDB read only I just prepared, which is right now I need to go ahead and give you the further way to prepare the PDBs, which is a non-OMF format. So for that, first check here. Let me clear it. Column name format is
Whatever we have created, all are local listeners only, right?
yes, it's a local list. We do not have a DAC concept now. It is also called local list. Also yes. Select name from builder data file and where on ID code. What it means here, we are asking about first check where's my seed container data file stores. This is my seed containers data files in this moment. This is step 1. I will do it here. Okay, so to create a pluggable database from seed, step 1 with a non-OMF way. Here, just this is the method, is a non-OMF case. Here, step 1, check the data file path of the seed. Check the data file path of the seed. Next, you take this particular path and then in step 2, mention like this. Here, create pluggable database and I will give the name. Let's see here, CDB1, PDB1, and just to mention here, file name convert. This is the word we called here, file name convert, and here equal to within the bracket single quote. This is the data file path of the seed, comma single quote, and this is the single quote complete. Just mention whatever the name folder you want to have it. So this folder by default not available, it gets created. So you don't need to give it. So I need only permissions here. That's enough. So once you create here, create pluggable database name, and here since I'm using from the seed, I need one user to be prepared. Admin user admin1. You can give any name here. Identified by, and this is like a local admin user. So it's mandatory. And admin user username and identified by the admin. You can give any username, any password. This is a kind of a like how you have a system user. Similar to that, it is act like a one user gets created, and this user do not have a privilege right now. You have to grant it manually. After this gets created, this what in a background it does, it will copy all the data files, temp file from here to this folder. This folder gets created first, then copy all the stuff. Initially, this PDB gets mounted. It's created with a mounted mode, and what you have to do, you have to make it open. And since the pluggable, as I said that never again open it automatically. Better you go for open first and immediately make it safe, so that it will not be later. No need to again mount it manually again and again. Say here, saved. So this is what you have to follow. So this is the 4 steps you have to follow with any questions? Say.
Yeah, actually, that pluggable database seed is there, right? In the system, sysox undo is there. So it depends on your container database size, same size it will be there or different size.
It's just a copy of all the seed size. So let's say it is nothing to do with your root container. initially.
Seed also depends on your, sorry to interrupt, but seed also depend on your container, means root CDB is there, right? That one.
Root will be referred, and then seed gets created. From seed, it's creating this. So what is
So seed is like template.
It's a template. Yeah, seed is like a template. Hope it's clear.
And the user you created, right? Admin user, admin one password you have given. Yeah, so it is used as a local user, so it will have same privileges like VDollar database, everything. It have privileges, or just like
just a normal user. We have to grant it separately.
Okay.
Now let's run this command. We'll just log into here. Create a pluggable database. And here is my next. And what I will do, I'll just show you this folder not exist. I will take a duplicate session. Here login with Oracle. Just show you here. This folder no more exist. Let's see. No more exist. So after running this command, now let's take this particular options. Identified versus plugging. Identified by. Sorry for this. Let's continue. And here's what it is. Now PDB gets created. You can go and check your show PDBs. It is in mounted mode. So let's copy this, put it in the output so you can later. So it is mounted mode. Now we have to again open it. What is the way to do it? Alter pluggable database and CDB1, PDB1. After it gets opened, you can just save it. Now this is open.
you have one more command, right, for what are the save state?
Correct. I will just share that as well. So to that, yes, it's correct. So what I can do, I can just check here initial going for this to save it. Let me just here. You wanted to see that? Let's say go ahead and column. Describe it first. Describe DB underscore PDB underscore saved underscore statements. Here you go. You have a con name and you can even state refer it. Column, con name, format A20, column, state, format. Let's check this two column. One is a con name and state from this. Right now, no row selected. That means nothing is saved. Say here, alter pluggable database. Even all I saved, only one is saved because it's only one prepared. So you can see. So you can give the PDB name. I can even mention same one more time. I can even put it in a smaller case also. That's possible. You just try. And I also last time I discussed about you can even discard that. So this is how I prepared for the next. So once you have this prepared, how does that?
Yes, please. One more explain that save state what it will do.
Save state means that after next startup, if I do a on the root container level shutdown startup, and automatically this PDB gets opened. If I don't save it, then every time I need to open it manually. Is it clear?
It will come to mount state.
It will come to mount stage. So yes. We have to manually open it. Alter pluggable database open. Alter pluggable database name open.
Good.
Yeah, instead of that, we have to save. Now I can see this is a connecting. Let's check here. Alt SQL plus. My username, I'll just use it, whatever the username, but I'll use here system for a hash 1234 @ the one which I'm connecting. So where I'm connecting, I'll just say here, connect to my, let's check whether we have a DNS entry or not. Network and admin DNS entry. So I have all the entry. So I can go to root container. I can go to PDB1 and I didn't have PDB2, but I can even go to PDB2 if I have it. Let me just go to PDB1 by using this command. SQL plus username in system /hash 1234 @ So what it says here, service and name, what is the problem? Okay, there's something messed up. Connect data, global DB, it's not a global DB name, it's a service. Messed up. So here, 1 minute. I was about to change, but I did not change that. Sorry for that. Let's go for here. Wherever you have it, this is actually the service name. Yes, it is not the same global DB name value, but I placed it, but I would have changed this one. Copy this and open this file back to this, say, remove this. We have 15 lines here, 15 ready, and one more time I'll verify this all are fine. Copy and save it here. After save, come on and just try. We are in, so we can verify. So one name, can see it's a PDB1.
Can you give me the PS-grep DNS once?
Exit. What is that question?
grep
PS
DNS.
ping. Okay, PS-grep DNS. Okay. This is the one, listener name. And LSN of it here, status listener. This listener says that we have a service CDB1, PDB1 instance. The service is registered.
Okay.
So this is what it is given. So try to take a note. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
One state is showing unknown and one state is showing ready. So
one is for dedicated connection purpose, one is for shared connection purpose. Okay, so this is what it's unknown is nothing but it's still not known whom can interact. Ready means it is ready to speak with a dispatcher if you have a dispatcher. Okay, so ready means he is already working with the dispatcher, or it's ready to deal with the dispatcher. So he is already know that who is my dispatcher, but unknown is nothing but which server process will come and take the request you don't know is called unknown. Okay, so that's a unknown meaning. Now let's continue. Yeah, please go ahead. What is the question? Now let's show you this stop the listener. Say here listener stop. Okay, so please do some troubleshoot here. Say stop the listener. After listener stopped, if I try with the connecting, obviously you know that no listener's error comes. Okay, so that's obviously the answer. So if I go ahead and now open this particular file, see the details here. Sorry, this DNS instead of that listener.o. After opening this particular file and just try to pick up here 1522. Now I just change my listener port number. Keep a note here. This error will be received in two times. No listener error is receiving in two times. One is either your listener is not ready, this called listener is not up, or you mentioned wrong port number in my connection details. In my listener.olaf file, what is the port number I just mentioned? I just mentioned here 1522. But in case of my TNS names.olaf file, what port number I mentioned? I mentioned in my case is 1421. But let's start my listener here. Start the listener. Now, once after started, listener is ready with 1422, but still if I try, you get a same message, but it is earlier referred. No listener. No listener means listener is not listening on that particular port, what you had requested in the current identifier. To fix this, I just open a DNS names.org and here you go. And open this everywhere, whatever the 15, this is a listener. Open the DNS names.org. And once it is done, just change it wherever 1521 is there. 1521 is there, make it 1522 and now save it. After changing, I can go ahead and now run it. So I am working. This is the 1 point. let's go for exit. I'll show you one by one scenario where you have to understand the troubleshoot.
Amasa, one doubt, like port number will be same for all containers and pluggable database in the TNS file, or we can
change it. We can have one listener for each container,
Okay.
or we can have a common listener for all the containers. Both possible.
Okay, fine, thanks.
Thank you. Let's continue.
One question is coming and like asking like we need a dedicated listener file means dedicated listener means where we need to change how we will give.
No, one drop down here. Yeah, one drop down. Where we need.
You want to have separate listener for each container. Is that the question what you asked?
No, actually outside connection will connect to only PDBs, right?
Yes.
They are asking like dedicated listener.
Okay, they want dedicated listener for each container. Is that the question?
No, yes, you are right. Where we need to change it, listener.vara file and SQL.vara file, both the things we need to change it.
You need to have dedicated listener for each container, then keep one, modify only listener.vara file. Answer to that question. I'll go with here, and you wanted to have separate listener for each container. I will show you this way. Let's copy this here. So this is my listener.vara file. I will remove this remaining entry. Consider that I don't want to have this. Okay, so this is my one listener for one PDB1 example this way. Let's remove this. So same thing, I'll just now open another listener and make it like this. Listener 2 and remaining with the port number 3. I'll just put here PDB name. So what is the changes? In my listener.aura. So this is file same. BI the one listener.aura file. That network admin listener.aura file. So in the listener.aura file, you have listener 1, which is this entry PDB1, and listener 2 also have a PDB2.
In TNS name TNS name.vara file, we no need to change anything.
We have to change as per the listener connectivity. Let's see, if I want to connect to this PDB, then I need to have port number this way. So if you want aligning to this one, so what I can do, I can just in my TNS name.aura, TNS example. So I will put the current identifier name here. So the one which we already did it, let me just pick up that. So this is my TNS name.aura. I'll copy this, and here this is my TNS name. Remove this here. And you wanted to connect to the second PDB. What I will do, I'll just take this entry, and here the port number is a 14223. I'll pick up this 3, and the PDB name here, whatever it is. That's it. So only the changes would be my port number, what it is referred upon this listener. So here is my listener name again. This is my PDB2, and this is my listener 2. And this is a dedicated listener for this PDB. And the same information in my TNS. This is my current identifier. This I will use it for @ purpose, and a listener address has to match what you given in the above, and global DB name has to match with what you given in the service name.
After adding, we need to restart, right?
You have to if it's listener is not started, you have to start it. Obviously, you need to start ls velocity of start. This is the one listener. This is my second listener. Ls velocity of listener. And my TNS name should have one with this. The other one is this. Based on how many the listeners you prepared. I may be prepared in my listener.aura file. I may be a 1. I made it 1 for 2. I made it here 1. Right. So this is my PDB. For PDB1, I'll use this listener to connect, and for PDB2,
Dynamically we can start it. It won't affect old listeners that and all.
nothing. So this is a further configuration. Listener dedicated listener. Okay, so day-wise the same folder. I just paste it, follow the same instructions. Now let's close this. I will just try to go for next point to note down in the method 2 what you need to follow. In the method 2, let's see if I remove this entry. Let's say if I remove this all remaining entry. So here only I have a listener details, address, and the log details. Save it. Now after that, I just try with the PSF and EF pipe grep DNS. So you can see here its listener is already running. Earlier it was having all the details of the PDBs. Now if you go and check status, status says that it knows all the PDBs. PDB1, PDB2, he knows everything. But we modified now. What we have now maintained only the listener address details, but along with 142, not 142. Now if I tell it this time ls and RCT here, reread the listener.log file, got reload and listener name. After hitting enter, reload, and then try to status, it says that you don't know any services. That means now you are trying to connect, you will get this error. You will get this error. He says that listener does not know service name defined in current descriptor. That means listener is not registered with instance. That means listener is not registered with instance. Now, who will give the instance informations? So for that, I will just prepare one more network admin in that tnstreams.rf file. As I said that initially, you just prepare the second step. In the method 2, I said that there is a method 1 and method 2. In the method 2, I have 3 steps. First, open the listener.rf file, only keep it entry like this example. In the method 2, I just mentioned 1522, and in that I have my listener.rf file. I have only listener address. Same address, you keep it in the tnstreams.rf with this value. Same address. Only thing is just mention some correct identifier name. That correct identifier name, you use it in your parameter. Let's do that. Let's copy this line and save it in my tnstreams and save. Now, once after saved, so these other details for connecting, this is for registration. Point to note down. The ABC is for registration, the other for is connecting. This other is actually required for client side, but we are using as a client now. Say okay here. After this is done, now this is a value what it has been registered. Now before that, I'll just go ahead and show you in my TNS listener.rf file. I have only this much of entry. Only listener name and the listener address and the listener log location. Here ADR base stands for automatic diagnostic repository and the base log file base location. Next, once you have this listener.rf entry and once you have the correct identifier entry, but still if you go ahead and check now ls and RCT status of this listener, it says that still I don't know for all the PDBs containers are present. For that, the last step I have to do it, show parameter local underscore listener, and he will tell you that null default value is nothing. So I'll the system set, make it local underscore listener equal to ABC. After that, just go ahead and show that it becomes set. This is what the output. Method 2 output. Please go through those on the output. Here you go. This is the method output. Now after this is done, now come exit from here and just try with this. Earlier you don't know, but now it is clear aware. So even though it's 1522. So now you can try. Earlier you are getting error saying that listener does not know service name defined current descriptor. Now I can able to connect with the proper PDB. So like this you practice it and also take a help if you need any help required. So I'll give you some time to you to practice now. So I will be on a mute. You can just do practice on yourself. Still you have any questions, feel free to ask. So I just given all the steps you have to carry, what are the steps to be carried. And now over to you guys to do a practice. Any questions here? Anyone has any doubts to ask? Questions, guys?
So can we follow two methods at a time?
No. Yeah, answer to that, yes, you can. Answer to that. Can I mention both? Answer, yes, you can.
Yeah.
When it is required, when you do a cloning duplicate in a no mode state, the first method is very, very important. So if you do not do the first method in case of no mode state, your instance is blocked. Okay, so an example, let me just show you here. Exit. Let's go for here. Log into root container. Before that, I'll just show you status. Here are ready. Let's say here. When it is registered, registration happens in the mount state. Remember that point. Do not do it in production. This is just what I given. And just try to go with the mode. Now exit. I did a no mode. Just verify. This is called blocked. No mode state, the status becomes blocked. Let's go for mount. Mount state, it gets registered, alter database mode. But here, your instance, you can see here, select name, open mode. It says that not mounted. Okay, so it's not mounted, but I can see here, select status $1 instance is $1 instance. It says that it is started. But I'll say here alter database mode. Okay, so after mode, you are ready. Now ready to, you can say, see here, ready to refer the database details. So that is what ready. So ready means he is now able to read the control file. He is know that what is my database name and the further details. So due to that, he is ready. So here dispatch is ready. That is called one handler ready. Now let's go for here. Open it. Does not matter. If you open it, your all services gets registered. Alter database. Before that, show PDBs. All are in mounted mode. Let's say here alter database open. After open, again it gets registered. Again, instead of only the one with the instance name, with the service name, with the you can say the global DB name what is mentioned here. Now I will get remaining services. This also gets visible after it's open. So point to note here is in no mount state you will see the blocked. In mount onwards it is ready to accept. So if you are trying to connect remotely and you are not registered, you are unable to connect through remotely. That's a problem. Your instance is that it's a blocked. I can't allow you to connect. So to avoid this block in a no mode state, what is a solution? Manually register it. So let's go for here. It's open now. Verified show PDBs. It says that it's open. Rewrite. Exit from here. Just show that status. It's now everything is registered. All are ready and all. What is now next agenda? Just go for here. Again, go for a what? Don't do it in production. Just for a practice. Exit from here. What I'll do, I'll just open my listener.log file. I know that this is a problem happening, so I do not have any entry right now about my details of these PDBs and all. I'll just open here and try to add it all this manually like this. Just scroll up and take manually this all it and place it here. So I have a local listener parameter along with this entry. I made it ready. Now go for startup no more. So here right now, if you check listener and listener status, he says that I don't know about listener. Let's first stop it, and say started. So if you go and now start. So if you see here, without starting instance also he knows that. He knows what all those stuff. But let me just go for here. No more. Startup. So I just made it a no more and exit. See here. What it says that, sorry. It says that right now this is a no more state, but he's already known that unknown, but one is ready to accept. Even though this says that blocked, but he's already ready with this same information to allow to connect. One unknown request can refer. This is for dedicated connection, but this is blocked because of it's still no more state. Now still I can able to connect with the @ by super user, not with the normal user. If I go and now mount it, alter database mount, and the same next line entry become ready. So mount state, exit. Now go and check. This is the one. So this is a ready. So This means it is now aware of the control file. Let's continue with alternate as open. Once it is open, it will register remaining services. Show PDBs. Show PDBs. Now alternate is open. And show PDBs. Okay, show. Let's say just show PDBs. Now it's all open. Go and check. So all are ready. Along with they are ready to accept the connections. So this way, just practice on your side. Now, any questions here? As of now, there's a common further questions which commonly people get mistaken. So I'll just give you another points here. The another point here is if I try with the PI, let's show you one more point. Very much important point. If I go with the TNS at this point, before going with that, if I try with the connecting the at the rate options, this one. Am I able to connect? Answer yes, I'm able to connect. So this is we are able to connect. But if I try with exit with the TNS ping, the TNS ping only checks the address status. If I open my TNS file like this, TNS network admin, TNS network. So open TNS network file, and here in my PDB1, if I put my service name here wrong value, instead of PDB1, I'll make it PDB XYZ. Whatever you can just give, I'll just mention XYZ. So now this CDB1 XYZ is not exist, but still I try with correcting that. What happens in this case? It says that it is not correct. Service name, whatever I given, it's not correct. But if I go and now actual just to do the TNS ping, it works. TNS ping says that okay, because it is only checking up to address. Some people only checks TNS ping and then they say that it's everything is fine. It's absolutely wrong. You should check actual connectivity. If you don't do this, then you are only partially checking. You are not checking this current data. This is absolutely wrong. So what you need to do, you need to go and verify, again fix this here instead of XYZ, it's supposed to be PDB. Save it. So if you put the wrong address, so first it will verify this. So that's a point to note. Now here you go and check, you are able to connect. And even your DNS ping is also working fine, not an issue. So if I open the file and try to put the wrong IP address, instead of 11, I make it 12. And if I try to connect, see here, what's the problem? So address is verified. In that, the address says that host is unreachable. What is the IP address? You do try with the TNS ping or SQL plus does not matter. So you go with the TNS ping, address is unreachable. Plus if you do SQL plus, and here also the same options. First you have to fix the address, and address is here host is unreachable. But if I put the here instead of here, let's put port here. Port is 1522. Host I will put here wrong IP address. Now wait for a while. Let's see. That's it. Now, what is the value I given? I will just first give it that information. I made it port number is 1522, but IP address is wrong. If I try with the TNS ping, what it is? So it is checking. Again, the port host is unreachable. But let me just open this here and put instead of 1522, make it 1527. Go and verify what it is. So even though I mentioned here 1527, it first checks the IP address. After that, it checks the port number. So now let's go for here DI and just put protocol and make it CP. Not do it, but it is just for a reference. What it says here, no protocol adapter, better to keep protocol proper value. So let's first make a proper protocol D and then try one more time. And then now it's working with the protocol, but not working with IP address. Let's fix that. Let's fix with the and after that IP address is fixed. DNS ping, it says that my port number problem, no listener. Let's open the port. Now fix this port number. Now just let's make it here PDB1 instead of that PDB8. Save it. So what it says here, DNS ping. It says up to this is okay, but here it's still not tested. Let's go and connect. See, so now address is okay, but still this service name is not correct. I have to fix that on the file. Fix it here. Now try. You are okay. You're done, and you can verify show user along with the show container and container ID. All the three can be verified at the same time. Username is system. Container name is of CDB1, PDB1, and container ID, one ID. So from here, you take a backup. So an example, I'll go with here, armament target slash. Armament target slash. So if I try with the here backup, it says that backup SP file. When it works, so such it works. Backup SP file works because it is only backing up SP file. Let's go and check, select name, open mode, and log mode from Moodle Redux. So from Control C, you can write down all the armament command, SQL command in armament prompt. Hit enter. You see that even though no archival mode, database is in read write mode. Can I take a armament backup? And so yes for SP file. Backup current control file.
Give us some time for checking these listeners and all so that we can go to the backup.
Yes, master, definitely. What I do, I just stop it here. I'll catch you after. You can say I will be there. You can just try to practice on your side. Okay, so let's stop it here. This all I error explained. Also, output is given, and you have to ask questions wherever you need it. Okay, so let me take this
So, if you need to drop a PDB, like we need to delete all the data files, right?
Yeah, first close it and then drop it.
Means close means you need to bring it to monitor.
No. Close it first, then drop it.
Okay.
I will just cover that as well once it is done. So guys, now over to you. I already saved all the files, and you can practice on yourself. We have a half an hour. You can just do. I will stop here. Screen sharing, plus also stop my voice. So I'll just audio. I'll just
Now listener and TNS we have to create only second method or first method.
choice is yours. You can go for any method, but I would recommend go with both. Okay, so make it both. It is not harmful.
Can you show us one more thing? This like create for only PDB, then you can start that listener and show me.
Yes, I have shown one listener with the one TN center and the PDB. I can even, as I mentioned, that I prepared one more PDB. You can create listener later or PDB first, or create a listener entry first and then create a PDB. Vice versa, we can do it. Okay, so second PDB I did not prepare it. I will prepare it once after. You can say your practice is over. So guys, I will be on a mute. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Also, Google Drive opened. I opened Google Drive in the VDA.
Okay, let's check.
The PDB seed we can connect using the listener PDB seed.
You can.
I'm entering the same thing, but I am not able to connect. I am getting like.
We normally never use this, but you register it according. Double quotes, special characters there. Put double quotes. I haven't mentioned here, but you can just mention.
While starting one, I am getting the error that listen only. I have given it from listener 1 to SID list we are closing, right? SID desk we are closing, right?
Okay.
Up to there I am giving. Same thing in TNS name.vara file also. I am not able to start that listener.
Start. Unable to start the listener. What is the number?
User 82.
82. You log out from your side.
Yeah, I'm closing one. Yeah, done.
Okay, I could see this is the one. Okay, so here listener.aura file, listener name, description, SRD. Here one more bracket is missing. This one more bracket is missing.
Okay, upside also same thing, right? In TNSM also.
Oh, let me just check. Let me first open listener. I'll fix the listener now first. Here, there is one bracket is missing. Second. Next, we have TNS names now. Here, in the TNS names, we don't need this entry. It's wrong entry. You have to change it.
What we need to change here?
Yeah, this entry is different. In the Day2, let's go to Day2 and type here. This is the TNS. This entry put. Port number you given 1421, right? Select. Now you can try.
Can you open one more time the TNS name.vara file?
1 minute. I just need to change the port number maybe. That's correct. Yeah, can see it.
All the things is mandatory. These are the things we need to mention.
Yes. You have to just check.
I have not configured CDBs as of now.
Yeah, later you can prepare it and then connect it using this.
No, if CDB entry not there, we won't able to start that listener.
No, that's okay. The listener is fine. You can mention it well before and later you can create it as per your wish. Right now, listener is not started. You can see cat listener file.
I'm saying this TNS name.vara file. Same thing if whatever we have mentioned here, right? In listener.vara file or TNS.vara file, same thing we can mention. We are not able to start.
No, nothing to do with listener or TNS. If you mention in listener only one entry, but here if I keep 10 entry, it does not matter. Does not. They are not dependent to each other. Okay, so only while connecting that will be verified. What entry you are using it, that will be checked.
Can you start now?
See, I started. Okay, so now you have only one is there, so I'll just go for that to connect. SQL plus username is system, password is aura hash 1234 @ connect to 419C CDB. This is the one page. Just check what's spell mistake here. TNS names total. Then yes, that's done. Okay, so now you try practice on yourself. I'll just close it. Mukti, I just want to check yours. Give me a minute. Let's check. Mukti is 72. Let's check.
Yes.
Now here's my tree. DBC not found. You
can.
see, you haven't done this part.
Done.
Okay, let me just check. Yeah, just check. PWD. Dot space 193. 19C.
O19C CDB1.
And then this is the path.
Yeah, given.
But here there's something messed up. Okay, let's do it one more time.
I think Aura base not set. Aura home there, Aura environment there, Aura home, Aura base not there. Earlier it was asking.
1 minute, 1 minute. Now you run it. Where you prepared this, that's you follow now. Up to you. Okay, so now it's working. You can just type here. So now working. Anyone just mention here which DBCA? It's working. See. Now you can check on yourself. Get it finished. Prepare that file once again.
Okay.
I'm getting this connection as a network adapter issue is coming. Protocol adapter.
Can you share the screen, please?
My personal laptop.
Okay, what is the number, please?
80 user 80.
User 80. Protocol adapter error. Okay. So in that case, you just check first. And there's one more point. Just check where is first started or not. First, via this file. And here protocol TCP. Listener name is listener 1. LSN RCTL start listener. Okay, so now let's try with connecting. Earlier tried. Did you mention TLS steps? Okay, that's also there. Try with this connecting. SQL plus system hash 1234 at the rate this. You are absolutely okay. Just register was not started. Yeah, that was the problem.
So if we reload, it will not take
No, if the reload will not read the address plus it will not start the register. Reload is only reading the service details. Right now it was down, so that's the reason it is unable to reload. So reload works and it is up and running.
Thanks.
Thank you.
after creating the pluggable database, we cannot directly run this alter pluggable database CDB PDB1 open.
Yeah, please. What is the question? Say it.
After creating the this pluggable database CDB PDB1 main user, so we cannot run directly this alter pluggable database CDB PDB1 open.
If it is not there, then you cannot open it. So initially the DBCA creates only two. One is root container seed, and then we have to prepare the extra. You got the point?
No, what we need to prepare the extra thing?
Okay, let me just show you the screen. Share the screen here. This is a Day2. After the listener gets created, you just prepare this. First, create the pluggable database. What you can do, log into your instance here. Just check the data file. It's a C related data files, and just prepare this PDF and open it. If it is already done, then you can do this. Yeah, what is the next question now?
I have run the step 2. While I'm running the step 3, I'm getting the error insufficient privileges.
Okay. You tried with a normal user, right? That system user.
Yeah.
Okay. Log in super user. You just try with here. Space or B, C, CD1. Then do this. Or in the SQL prompt, connect as DBA and then do that program.
Yeah, I got it now. Thanks. Yeah.
So hope you guys are practicing the same. Ajay, Abdul, Stan, Sain, Arpita.
I'm practicing regarding TNS that listener.
Okay, thank you, Mustan, for the confirmation. How about Ajay, Abdul, Arpita? Any questions? Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay.
So the backup script is not here, no? Only step 4 is the last thing.
Yeah, after that, yeah, I have a separate file for backup and recovery. You can refer that. The same location, backup and recovery file. But I have to explain further. This is just for a reference.
Okay, up to step 4 we need to do and
test the connectivity. Yeah.
Ambassador, regarding backup part.
Yes, please.
Regarding backup part, one doubt: export taking data files backup, Arman taking block level backup, right?
Export taking
data file backup.
No. Export taking create, alter, grant, insert syntax back. Whereas
it's
Arman
like a
block to block back.
armament block to block export like objects backups like table spaces like just difference I am asking. Armament takes block to block export like objects backup, right?
Absolutely correct. Yeah.
But Arben any terabyte size limit to take or no limit?
It's not a limit, rather we used to get a lot of time to take the terabytes of backup.
Meantime, we are giving parallel some tuning. We will give Armen parameters, tuning parameters. It will take
yes,
better
number
than
of connections. Yes, number of connection gets if you increase it. So it will try to multiple channels will take few files and they distribute to each other. Yeah.
okay.
Rather than one process to take entire, we are distributing multiple process to do that activity. Yeah.
Okay. Flashback take backup point
Flashback
of
recovery area, we are not backing up.
sorry.
The flashback recovery area, we are not taking the backup. We are keeping into the flashback. The data we are keeping into the flashback.
Oh, keeping into the past time data. It is not run backup, right?
Hi, Ambassa.
Yes, please. Dushmanta, tell me.
Ambassa, I mean, catalog database is required in 19C or not? Because control file keeps all the Armen information.
Same.
Right.
See, Armen also, sorry, control file also maintains this information. But if I lost my control file, then I need to again figure out where my control file auto backup, or where do I have a DBID, where do I have a FRA location, like that. If you have a recovery catalog, then it is easy to restore it. Easy to restore.
Okay, fine, thanks. And Ambassa, I mean, even in 19C also, I have noticed like import takes, I mean, long time compared to export.
Yeah, import does enabling constraint. Actual data will be preparing it. So sometime Rado may have to generate it. Due to that, it required more time to be taken compared with export. Export do not require any radio to be generated. So it is just collecting the information.
But it takes more time means suppose even one case export took only 2 hours, but for data to import it took almost more than 12 hours or so. Even I didn't use any parallel. So I mean, is everything fine or?
Yeah, even though you use the parallel, but if the directory at the back, you can say where you're writing the data, that is to speed up, you can even try with disabling the indexes, try to load it, so that at least creating the indexes radio gets avoided, at least for during import. After import, you can just create the index. That's the way where we can at least speed up the import.
Yes, exactly. I noticed like for index creation, it took time.
Yeah, that's a common point where what you can do, you can just exclude the indexes and then make it load it or complete your import and then prepare the index. So this would be a faster.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Yeah, adding to this question, if I use parallel in export, we should use import parallel, or we can't use parallel without parallel we can run import.
Its choice is yours. You can go with the parallel or not. They both are independent.
Okay. Export we can use if for example export use parallel parameter. No mandatory use parallel parameter in the import. You are saying we can skip indexes and without parallel we can take data one time. We can take
Yes.
index, right? Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you please connect to user 82? I'm not able to connect to using PDBs. I'm able to connect to PDBs.
Okay, let me just check. 82, right?
Yes.
Okay, what is the question?
Yeah, you can mention that PDB name, right? I have created one PDB.
What is the question here?
I want to connect with that PDB container ID 3, CDB PDB 1, that one.
Here I give one connect. Connect. 2 word is not there. Just okay. This is the one. Here you have not added that part. See. So here you have to add those lines. 5 line, 5YY. Here you add the PDB name. Here. The global DB name. You have to add that. And since you are not changing the address, you are changing the below part.
Okay, got it.
What is the lister name? ABC. Lister name is lister 1, right?
I forgot to change that one also, right?
Now type ls velocity here, reload. Then go and try this. Alright. That's it.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Can you connect user 84?
84. Okay, let me just check.
I'm disconnecting.
Yeah. So what is the message? Alter system set. Scope is not required. Second one. Okay, let's check here first. PI Oracle hold.
It's running. Listener is running.
Running, right? Okay. Let me double verify. You want a PDB1 name for PDB, right? Second.
I have not given ADR based listener format.
That's okay. That's okay. And here you prepared for local listener purpose, you need to put some connect identifier. Let's say if I put here, I'll take this whole address. I put here ABC equals here, just no need this one. Address is around. This value, ABC value, put it there. Whatever it is given in this file, only address details. The before address, whatever you have this value, that value put it there. Alright. Yes. Questions here? Anyone has any questions to ask? If not,
in 19C, is it mandatory PDB go with container, right? by default we should select container or non-container also available.
Up to 19C we can go for any options. 21C we don't have. But 12C to 19C it is your choice. 21C you don't have choice.
Okay. And any new features compared to 12C and 19C, like respect to
Yes.
this,
I'll give you this details. Okay, so topic wise.
In the TNS name file, in the first line, instead of ABC, we need to keep listener 1, right, Ambasa?
If you want a listener name, no, it can be any name. Just connect identifier. What normally we use a listener name itself rather than different name. But there would be a confusion where is it a listener name or current identifier name? But actually it is a current identifier name. So to distinguish, I given you ABC rather than listener name. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Abhasa, can you connect to user 73? Actually, the service name is not coming up.
73. What is the error?
The status was unknown, right?
Correct. That's okay. So what is the question?
No, actually, in this doc, it was showing the more unknown.
Now what is the error? Are you able to connect? Nothing problem in this. So unknown means it is any server process can able to pick up the request. That's the meaning of unknown.
But it was not picking up, right?
Sorry, here it's connected, right? See.
It was connecting, but it was showing unknown.
If you want to see this all, okay, there is a.
Yes.
Now try. It will show ready. I think listener status because it's connected.
So this no, it is. You want ready information to
ready,
be
right?
Ready. You want ready to be shown. Just your type show. This is the one which is referred in the background. Dispatchers count and all it will refer it. Here, just try with verify the listener or not. What value given? Listener is fine. That's okay. This looks okay, that's not an issue, but here, if you go with the dedicated connections, there you will see this is the problem.
Okay, no. Thanks.
That's okay, but just for your reference, lister name is this. You want a lister and current identifier 1522. Here, made it all small. Here, made it here 142. Make it 142. Just check. It's okay. Whatever, refer now this case. Yeah. Yes, sir. The problem was you given here in the TNS schedule. Earlier it was a 1 for 2. That was the problem.
Okay.
Okay, guys, it's a time for a lunch break. It's a 1:35, 2:35. We'll be back on and we'll continue from here, guys.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's continue. So before lunch break, we have completed the PDB creation, and now I have to show you this backup part. Just refer how the backup works. Repeat here what exactly we started with, giving some example of how the RMAN backup has to be referred. This is the one where you go to the device, in the device, go to the backup and recovery. And here I mentioned that the backup can be done through RMAN. These are the folds we can take. Using RMAN, we can take a 4 files backup. One is SP file, control file, data file, and the archive. These are the 4 files I can back up through RMAN. So this backup, I can just do it. Either the mode can be a open mode or it can be a mount mode. But we cannot take backup if it is shut down. We cannot possible to take if it is no mode state. And plus, you also need to remember the backup goes to either given format location or into the FR location, or the whatever you given the DBS folder. If it is a FR is not given, then it goes to the DBS folder. The order would be like first format, just check, then the configure, and then the FRA and the DBS. Later, you can just try to perform recovery part. If you lost all the files, how do I recover it? If you lost all the files, you first try to restore the SP file and then restart your instance. Again, restore the control file, then mount your database, and then restore your all the data files, recover it, and try to open the database with result. This is the one statement I can do it, or you can even mention one by one. Let's say you lost only SP file and you wanted to recover it. This is the steps. So first start with a no mode state and then try to restore SP file, and from auto backup and the path of the FRA you can mention it, and your database name you can mention it. In our case, it's a database name is different. You just mention accordingly. Any questions here? So this is a way to perform the restoration of the SP file. If you lost only data file, then you have to restore, start up mount and restore it and recover it and open it. And same way, I can just specific data file. If I lost, I can mention restore data file. And if it's a system data file or undo data file, we cannot make it offline. You have to shut down it, start up, mount it, and then do for restore, recover, and online. If it is not system data file, we can go for offline it, restore it, recover it, and online. So same way, I can even mention that how to take a backup for pluggable database, backup pluggable database. The name of the pluggable database I can mention. I can use the keyword root. It is called root container backup. I can use the PWR seed. This is for pluggable database backup. Validation is nothing but you are checking the is there any block corruptions is happened. Otherwise, it's a entire actual backup is happening here. This is the actual backup of the seed it's taking here.
One more command will be there, right? Restore preview for some backup need to be checked for pluggable database. How we need to check?
See, so the syntax of preview is just to give that it is whether files, which file it will refer it, that we can use it. let's check here practically how it works. So now I have to just let's take a one more PDB. I'll try to prepare one more PDB. Now, before that PDB creation, let me just connect to my database. Here, I'll just check here, show PDBs. I have a total 2 PDBs and total 3 containers. You have to say it's a 2 PDB, and here I have to say this is what I just mentioned. Here you go. Currently, earlier we have a CDB $root, and now it's a PDB $seed. Now I'll be saying that CDB1, PDB1. I'll be preparing now CDB2, CDB1. So in this, right now we earlier prepared with from here to here, from this to this. Now the second one I can prepare it again from the seed. I can take it from the seed, prepare it this, or I can take it CDB1 and I can prepare this. Both is possible. So either you create it from the seed or create it from the PDB. So to show you this, I'm in PDB1. Let's give you some example. Here, just connect it like this. SQL plus STP. Now verify in this PDB. I'll be just connecting it like this. Alter session set container equal to the container name. I can just mention here CDB1. So initially, once you run this command, you will be logging to root container. After that, I'll be switching from here to here. I'm trying to create some table space here. Create table space name, and data file path. I can just mention this is my data file path. Here you go. tbs01_01.db. Size table. So that means I'm creating a one table space here. So by default, we do have a in all places system. Plus, right now it is having a later gets created system. So I'm now preparing same thing. So here we have a sysox. Sysox we have it. The same way I have a sysox here as well. At the same table space, I'll be just getting here as well. So undo table space we have it here. So this is the undo table space. Just check. Select table space name. db underscore table spaces. Now I can see here undo TBS file. And the same, if I go and check here undo TBS file. Now instead of db underscore table spaces, what I can just do, I can just verify cdb underscore table spaces. Here, just add one more column, container ID from cdb underscore table spaces. So cdb will give you along with the table spaces name, along with the container ID. So that means you can see here TBS. And if I try with the same thing, the alter session set here, show PDBs, alter session set, container equal to this is the container name,
Alter
spelling one. Sorry for that. So here,
Hi Ambasa, Ajay, I have one question.
Yes, please.
Actually, we have one DR database. So for that, sysox table space utilization is very high.
Correct.
So what all are the reasons why it is high?
See, one of the reason is your AWR content is keep increasing the attention. Second, one of the component there is a view called sysox and occupants. That will give you what all the stuff. The major would be your SQL baseline is one of the place where it's keep increasing the space. So some of the base tables or the views, it is not purging it. So due to that, the sysox becomes a very huge size. So there would be a OEM where it gets stored. That also one of the problem. There would be a log miner. That is also one of the problem. Like that, there could be any reason that you have to just check which components which keep utilizing and not purging the old values. In that case, you have to figure out the bid or sysox, so occupants will give you list of table spaces, and DBA heat views will give you the details of what are the further sysox is occupied. Yes, that's a reason.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Now let's see here. This is my right now I'm connected to my vegetable space. Seed, I'm connected to seed container here. I'm just writing down what is there in each place. We do have undo TBS 1 here, TBS 1, and so that means every places where we have at least these three for permanent kind of stuff, where we have one more with a temp. So this is what the basic 4 table spaces gets prepared. Now it's my job is to verify. I can create.
We have seen, right? CDB underscore table spaces. View DB underscore table spaces. You have type one more CDB. Okay, it will show only CDB table spaces.
Yes, CDB views will give you along with container details. So like here, except seed, it will give you all the details. Except seed, it will give all the details. This will give you except seed. It's not certain. So you need to remember this view will give table space details except seed container details.
It will give root also.
It includes root also. See here, the one is my root, and this other one is my the other stuff. So let's say here we have something of user source, and here we don't have that. Here also we don't have that. So here also we don't have. So we can prepare it as, but we can go ahead and prepare now. Now the point here is, I wanted to create one more table space in this particular container. I can go ahead and prepare it. If you go with the DB underscore table spaces, it will show only within container table space. Within container table space. That means if I log into this container, if I go ahead and check this view, it will show only belongs to this. So log into root container, it will show only belongs to root container. Example, here we go. So if I connect to my seed, this is the way to connect to my seed. Here we go. And after that, I just connected, I just verified DB underscore table spaces. It is showing me that there are 4 table spaces also there. Now let's continue with the next preparation with the alter session. Set container equal to the CDB1 PDB. I connect it to this one. I'll just try to show you here. Have a further the 4 table spaces. What I'm doing, I'm just preparing new table space for. After preparing the new table space, I can just check now. I have a overall 4 instead of 4. Now I have 5 table space. I can go ahead and prepare one more. This is my second, and here. Here we go. Space was the problem. That's it. So there are 2 table spaces I prepared in this particular container. You can just type this. After connecting to this, it gets prepared. Now this is another table space which I have to prepare. Overall, if I go ahead and check now how many table spaces we have, it says that we have a 6 table spaces. Now I can just create from this login back to container. Now let's go ahead and prepare the one more container. So I just prepared here initially after this 2 sentence, this becomes a, so after this becomes now here TBS1 I have, and also I have a TBS2. I wanted to make this table container from this. So whatever we have it here, it gets copied to this place. So later this becomes also this 01. But before this all creation, I will just give you some details of users. So there is one user which is we called here common user, and there is one user is called local user. So try to note this. What is the users here? Either it can be a user or it can be a what you can say role. Does not matter. So here I'm just these are all called with respect to the table space. Table spaces we have. Now I'm talking about the users or roles. In case of users or roles, one is called common, one is called local. So we call it as common user or local user. What do you mean by common user? That means it is available in all the containers except root. So here, if I say here cdb c hash u1, c hash u1, and c hash u1. What I prepared here, I prepared this username called c hash u1. So this is a common user which is available in all. So there is a prefix is given. You can use it prefix or not. It's up to you. Show parameter. You can set the prefix what. So he will tell that whether I need a common user prefix or not. If you make it null value and there would be no prefix, otherwise by default this is my prefix required. So what is the prefix name? C hash hash. So it can be capital letter or small letter C. That's up to you. And if I say it's a common user, this is what prefix is required. Now to create a common user, you must be in the root user. To create a local user, you must be in the specific user or specific container. So what is the heading you need to remember? So one is a common user and the other one is a local. So what is the actual difference here is, this is your prefix required. Here prefix as per prefix required as per the parameter. This is as per the parameters. And here prefix not required. Next, to create common user, we have to be in a root container. Create common user. Must log into root container. Must be log into root container. And here to create local user, must log into here respective container. What is the respective container here? If I want to either recall it as here. So here, if I want to create a user in this container, I need to log in here. If I want to create in this container, then I have to create here. So maybe I created here local user u1 here, and maybe I have prepared u1 same user or maybe a different user. So my u1 is present in this container and u2 is present in this container. To create this user, I have to be over here. To create this user, I have to be over here. So you cannot create a here. You cannot possibly to create common user in a other than the root. You can say log into root container. Other than the in the sense, let's say if you log in here, you can't create a common user. Opposite, you cannot log into root you cannot create a local user when you log into root container. So whenever you are in the root container, must and should it be a common user. Whenever you are creating a other than the root container, you have to be create a local user. Cannot create possible to common users. So those are the opposite sentences you should know.
What are the table spaces connect common for all PDBs?
It's given, right? So here they are not common. Rather, each container will have its own table spaces. There is no common specific here. Other than this, we have a common, like SP file is common, and
control
file is common. SP password file is common, and arclog file common, readlog file common. So like this, these 5 files are common, but not the data file.
But the CDB system and undo table space is common. Undo table space system and undo table spaces CDB tables common for all PDBs, right?
No, they have their own. There's no common here. Okay, that's the point.
The default table space is what it will be for PDBs.
As of now, if you do not have anything, it will be a system. But I check here. verify.
If there is no default table space, it will take only system only, right?
Yes, system only. So yes.
Okay.
Let's continue here. I'm just connecting to the show container here.
Can you please tell about what is pluggable violation?
Okay, pluggable violation is nothing but whenever you wanted to plug the database on the one database to another database, if the character set or the, you can say, some of the components is not suitable in the from the where you are attaching, and that is not permitted you to attach it. In that case, we call it as a violations. Those violations you have to address it before going for you can say making as a new PDB on the given container. So for that you have to address those violations. So those violations will be given in the views, where whenever you try to go and refer that view with our pluggable violations, where you will get what exactly the set of violations are available. So I will give that details in our upcoming session. Okay, so yeah, let's continue with that. So here is my PDB. Right now I'm in the root container. I can create user U1 and identified by U1. If I try without prefix, so this is the error I may expect. The error number is 65096. The error number OERR or 65096 will give you that the valid common user. So here specify must contain, actually you can say the prefix, must contain the prefix. This is the reason I cannot create this without prefix. So here create user C #U1 identified by. Now this user gets created. That's what it says. If you try to create a user without the prefix, if the prefix is given here, that prefix has to be there. Otherwise, it will not allow. Now let's go for show con name. I'm in the root one. Let's go for here alter session set container equal to CDB1 and PDB1. If I'm this container, and if I try to create a user with prefix, it will throw an error. And this is a reason you say here identified by. So here it's given that common user invalid, which is the invalid common user 65096, and here it's a 65094. 94 it says that OER, and here it says that local user or role names cannot start with. It's what cannot start with this hash. So you should not use the hash symbol in a local user. So let's go for here create a user with this one, because you are in the normal container. So here's I just shifted. Other than the root container, I can create only the local user. You can't create common users. That's a point to note. Okay, so now prefix is given, all the explanation is given to you. Please do practice accordingly. So I explained here what all the errors may expected. I just tried with the common user. This is my common user prefix there or not. I checked, and then I tried to create a user in the root container, and it says that common user cannot be created without prefix. If I add a prefix, then this gets created. Now I shifted to the next container, and other than the root container, if I try to create a user with local user with prefix, it will throw an error. It says that cannot start with this. So here you have to remove that, and it gets prepared. So you can verify right now you are in which container. Hope that's clear. So now let's prepare the new PDB. So how do I prepare the PDB? Let me just show you the way to prepare. I cannot create a PDB. Let's show you this. So here's the syntax for PDB creation. Now I wanted to create this new PDB from the existing PDB. Syntax for PDB creation, earlier you noted from which from the seed container you had taken here. This is like a create a pluggable database from seed. I'll just write down the same sentence here. Rather than seed, I will take now from the other containers. So here, so this is the one creating from not seed rather from PDB. Here we go. And creating a pluggable database. This is a pluggable database name. This from first one. So for that, just check the container name with respect to the details. An example here, I have a column name format A65 and just go and check. It says that we have a PDB1, all data files are here. I noted this location. So after noted this data files location, what I can do, I can just connect to my PDB. This sentence is not required. Admin user already there in the existing PDB. So now the location of this source is this. Here you go. This is a source location, and the target location I want to have it here. Let's do the here. I wanted to second create a new PDB from existing PDB. So whatever the user and all it's created, it's all gets created here. Let's do this. Create pluggable database here. And run this command. Now you can see what the message I get. You cannot create a pluggable within the one more pluggable. You have to be in the root container. You cannot do this. So operations not allowed within the PDB. So that is the reason in the heading I given you should be log into the root container. So to create a PDB from existing PDB, first log into root container.
It's better to create with CDB root, right?
Yeah, it is like seed. It's better to create from seed, but if you want to do a cloning, then it's better to have it from the existing. If you want to go for cloning, then we will go with the existing PDB, and if you don't want to go for cloning, then better to go with always seed. That's the criteria. So when to go with the seed, when to go with the PDB1 or existing PDB. If you want to go with the fresh PDB, no need any data existing and all. It's better to go with the seed, which is acts like a template. And if you want to go with the cloning, then better to go with the one which you want to refer as a clone. As a source, you can refer that PDB and then get it prepared another.
So clone database nothing but refreshable pluggable.
No, that is a refreshable is another story, where you your two CDB has their own PDB, and you wanted to you can check, keep refreshing the data from one PDB to another PDB, which from the different CDB. This is an example like here. We have a CDB1 and we have a CDB2. There are two different CDB, and here also we have a CDB dollar root, and here PDB dollar seed, and here let's say PDB1. I'll say here CDB1, and same thing. I just pick up another database which is different altogether. It can be on the same machine, it can be on the different machine, but this is my different database PD. Now you wanted to get the data from here to here. You can do that. This is called refreshable PD. So any changes is happening here, get refreshed. So we have options, two options. Either you do manual refresh or you do the auto refresh. To do auto refresh, your PDB has to be in a mount state. You cannot open it.
Okay.
System table space, if corrupt at CDB level, we can restore. PDB level system table space corrupt, what happen?
If there is any problem here, I can restore only this one. If a problem is here, it is impacted to all. Impacted in the sense the other will be down, and you have to restore it, recover it, and once it is entire done, then you can open all.
Yeah. One thing, in root level system table space, okay, we can stop all PDBs and we can restore alter database reset logs. In PDB level, not required alter database reset logs are required.
Even though you do answer to question, reset logs required, but even though you do reset logs, it will not recreate the read log file. It just do the consistency check and it will open it. It will not impact.
I understand that under PDB level also alternate database reset logs we can fire the command, but it will not work. It will not work out at redo log level, right?
It will not recreate the read log. Also, yes.
It will not. Here one more doubt. Without restore, if anyone executed alter database reset logs command, what happened? It will not create, right?
It will not. Reset log only when you do incomplete recovery.
Okay. If anyone unintentionally executed command before it will not happen and DR side also, right?
It will not work.
It will not happen. Okay, thanks.
Let's continue. I just mentioned that these are some questions asked. Let's back to our preparation point. I have prepared the PDB2 from the PDB1. Let's back to my root container. I connected to root container. I executed this command again. PDB file name convert and here. Once it is prepared, you can just see that it is in a mounted mode. You have to open it and again open it and then save it. This is like see show PDBs. Show PDBs and it's mounted. Make it open. Return pluggable. Database this and open it. Once it is open, please save it. After that, you can now try to connect to that PDB. Try to take a further action. Now the next point here is privilege is a different story. So here the privilege would be, you need to remember here privilege. Privileges is very little bit tricky here. So what you need to remember in case of privileges, so whether you are granting privileges granting to common user, you said here granting to privilege, granting to and level. So you can say this is a level what is called here container options. So either you are saying that container equal to current or container is equal to, so default is current. So that means your privileges granting to either it's for common user, to common user, or this is for common user or local. Now this what we call it as granting the privileges. So we call it as a grant the privileges granting to either to common user or to local user. And here the level is either locally or common. So that means you are granting the privileges to common user or local user. And this is what the point to note down. So this line I can just take twice, granting the common user or privileges to common user or to local user. Next, granting the privileges to common user, we can do locally, or this is the syntax for that. This is a heading, grant, in the SQL prompt, grant, create, and create session. And then to my common user, c hash u1, and to container equal to current example. That means you are granting to common user locally. Same command I can write it down, granting the privileges to common user and commonly. Here word instead of locally, let's say commonly. This is the case where container is equal to. So that means it is granted all the way. So how do I check that whether it's commonly granted or locally granted? This is called locally granted and this is called commonly granted. Now next point is I cannot grant for local users. Granting the privileges to local user only possible is locally. Only locally is possible. Granting the privilege to local user, only local is possible. Granting the privileges to local user commonly is not possible. Is not possible. These are the some points. Please keep a note. So for that, what I will do, I'll just take one more sentence here. Grant, create table. Example. This is my local user, right? So let's say here my username is U1 or U2. So here I can only possible to give his current. So this is not possible. Let's see how it works. Now start with here, and the view name we have to remember is either you go with a DB space, and here you just check there is a instead of a DBS space you can add CDB space, and just refer the container ID column extra, common column extra. This is a yes means it's common says here yes is called commonly granted, and no means locally granted. That's it. Let's see how it works. So here's my view. I have a first. Let's jot down the stuff where I have these databases, and I'll take this one. Remove this, and let's try with this sentence. We have a user called common user, and this is my username /u1. For that, I just write down select username and whether it's common or not, and container ID which you CDB underscore users, where username in I'll just put 3 values /u1 and u11, let's say u12. And the second put I'll just try to connect to here and prepare. This is my local user. The local user I will just prepare here u11 and here I'll put u21. Example, let's make it 21. So here I have a common user, so that is available in except seed, so we do not see common user over here. Let's show you the one. Let's write it down. I'm in the root container now. Let's say login as a login to root container. Just check column username format 840 and settle as 200, and just check here. And even column common format 8. Run this and see how it works. So I can see that it is a common yes. That means it is a common user. This is my common yes means it is a common user. Here the common yes means it's a common user in which the view name here it's a DB underscore users. So here CDB underscore CDB underscore users, and this column says yes. That means it's a common user. And this is no, this is called local. Let's connect to each PDB. Let's prepare it. How to do that? I'll say here ultra session. Right now I'm in which container? I'm in the root container. Ultra session set container equal to CDB1 and PDB1. After connected, just check you are in the right container and just prepare create user u11 identified one. Now go to the another container and prepare the another user u21 and identified one. Now I have total these many users gets prepared. This is what the output. Just try to see. Now after this all, so after this all gets prepared, now if I try with running this command again, what would be the output? The output says that since you are in the specific container, you can't see the other details. So it will show you only your container details. Show PDBs will show me the only my container PDBs user status. If I log into root container and go and check here, show con name, I'm in the root container, show PDBs, and if I rerun the same command, see, if I rerun the same command, now here it will not show only mine, it also show me the others except the seed. So here you can say this is as a common users present in all the containers, see, and I can put instead of this along with this order by user. So now I can see that this is a common user is present in all the containers, but this local user is only in this container, and this local user is only in this container. So please note. So this way, just try to practice and note down the concepts. Any questions here?
Do we have any with admin option, with grant option?
It is all same with admin option. For system privileges, it is with admin options. For object privileges, it's a grant option with grant options. That is also available. See here, you can grant the privileges to other stuff, and this is a here you go. Describe DBA CDB underscore sys underscore plus. Now I need to give that options here. You can go for the with admin options or not. You can just refer them. Okay, so you can even do that as well. But that would be within the container will play a role, not across the container.
Okay.
Yes, that is a within the container will play a role. Now let's continue with here. I have a next would be by granting the privileges part. So I given here the user part. Now I need to explain you about granting the privileges. Granting the privileges to common user, local is also possible, common is also possible. Whereas granting the privileges to local user, only local is possible, common is not possible. So say example, I'll just take here, create session. This 4 sentence we will take again and write it down here. So we have now this diagram again we will take here, and we will see what happens to my common or local. So what I'm saying here, I have this sentence, and in this case I'm saying that privileges. So in this I'm saying that I want to grant for this user, which is called common user. This common user I wanted to grant him, which is a common user, but create session. So if I grant it like this locally, is the first one. I'm in the root container, show on name. I'm in the root container, I granted this privileges. My user sorry for this. Let's take this one. I said here granting the privileges. This is a privilege system privilege. So we have two types of privilege: system privilege and object privilege. Let me log into Oracle again. Let me just show you workspace for NBA 196 CDB. And if you go and check here, select distinct privilege from DBA sysprivilege. These are system privileges count 240 privileges. This is the syntax. Select distinct privilege from DBA tablets. These are object privileges. 14 are object privileges. So these are the privileges count. You can, it's a fixed count where based on the versions. So this is just a note. Okay, so you can grant as per the privilege you want. Say privileges. Okay, so let's close this. Now the point here is, how do I grant the privilege to these users? Now I granted a system privilege called create session to my common user, and this is called locally. To get that details, what is the sentence I have to write down? I said that I get a privilege to here create session. This is my privileges I given, but did I given to all containers? Answer no. I given to only this container. That means this create session privileges I given to this user only in the root container. So let's see what happens in this case. How to write down the syntax to check. Column grantee format 820, column privilege and format 825. Select container ID and grantee and privilege. First we will see privilege, see grantee, and also we will see commonly offered from CDB sysbits rather than DBFs, where grantee in your username. So while grantee can be role or user, just pick up the one which we put here. And I can even mention the order by grantee. What is best? This is a sentence. Note what I given here. I'm granting the privileges. Whom I granted? To the common user. Did I grant it commonly? Answer no. This is not. This is the first sentence. Granting the privileges to common user and local. This is the output for this. This is the output. Now the second one is grant same, but in this case I'll say create table. And but at this time I'll say here container equal to all. This is called granting the privileges. This is called granting privileges to common user and commonly. Let's check here. So you can see now not only one container details, all the containers. Is it commonly granted? Yes. This is the second sentence which I said you have to note. This is called granting the privileges to common user common. Next is locally.
That means every container database have that privilege.
For that reason, answer yes. Now let's go for here alter session set container equal to CDP1. So now I connect it to this container. Show one name. So it's a container name CDP1. So here I have I cannot grant this options. Grant create trigger to this. So what it says? Operations is not allowed. What is this meaning? It says that granting privileges to common user commonly not possible within the container. This is what it says. Granting the privileges to low, you can say common user commonly possible, but you can say here this is not possible. When you say it's a commonly, you can want just this also. Granting the privileges to common user. This is my common user, and commonly it's not. So that's a point to note. Either go with here grant create table to this is not possible. Next, granting privileges to local user, and locally is possible. If I don't give anything, it is like a local. In other words, this is like a container is equal to container. This is what we got. They both are the same. Granting the privileges to local user locally. So now what I'm verifying, just check what are the privileges I have given. Run this command and it will show you that everything related to your containers. One is a common user, one is my local user. So within the container, I can just write like this: grant, create, and synonym to CSS. So we got granting privileges to common user locally is possible. So locally is possible. Spell mistake. Okay, so this is we got granting the privileges to common user, but locally this is possible. Here we go, granting the privileges to common user locally. This is to common user locally is possible anytime. Here we go. This is also possible, but see what's given there. So in other container, he has only here it is a create synonym is given. Only for this container, I have a create synonym for this user, but it is not a commonly granted. Let's go to the root container. Just check here. In the root container, if I log in, if I go and check, it says that you have a common user, but he has a commonly granted this one, this create table, but locally granted for this user. Common user, locally granted here. One privilege is in the root container and one privilege is in the third container. That's all. This way, it is a little bit confusing, but we have to practice. Any questions? Any doubts to ask? Guys, any questions?
Do we have this recorded session in the last, right? We have, no? I mean, daily on the basis.
Yes, daily basis we have.
From where we can pull that one?
Ashwin is the right person. Not sure.
Okay.
Maybe she will be the right person to say.
Okay, no issues. Okay.
Basa, while restoring backup, for example, we are starting sequence number 100 to 200 restoring. In the middle, one or two archives missed. Is that backup stopped at the 150 at the time of 150 restoring? It is stopped and disconnected.
Please repeat what is the question.
I have question about while restoring backup archaeolog sequence number 100 to 200 it is restoring at the 150 archaeolog point it was corrupted. In Armen find that it is corrupted and it will stop or it skip and continue.
While restore it will just restore the files. Never check whether it is it's corrupted or not.
My question is some archives corrupted or missed. Some archives corrupted or missed in the backup.
It never checks that. It just restores.
It never check. It will restore.
Yes, it never checks.
But it happened. It missed. I guess it missed. It missed or it corrupted. How it will restore?
So it is not. Can say guarantees that every archive should be backed up in at any moment. If you say that there is one archive is created, and somebody deleted, and you can say did a cross check. Again, you take a backup, and those files no more exist. It will start ignoring those, and let's take the new file what it has been generated. During the restore, he do not have one since you already deleted and he did a cross check. And during the further backup, we have a second backup, third backup, and during the restore, he ignored one because he did not back up. And 2 and 3 is restored. Whatever he has, he will restore it, irrespective whether it is doing the backup. But during the backup, it will mandatorily checks, and you asked to cross check, and you said that ignore that. So that means it's ignored, and then it proceeded. So during the restore, whatever there in the backup piece, whether it is a sequential one or whether it's missed one, does not matter. It will give you what it has. Okay. Let me show you practical that part. Okay, so allow me that to show. So this is just a practice of whatever has been given to you. I just now start to go giving you some backup and recovery with the practical on the same. So here is my database right now. No arclog mode, and to put your database in arclog mode, you have to be in the root container, and you have to shut down the database, startup mount, and put your database in arclog mode. And since control file is common, so you cannot put arclog mode for one PDB, and you cannot make no arclog mode for the other PDB. So it is a arclog mode for every other. It is for whole container, not for specific container. So right now I can see that it is a arclog list. It says that no arclog mode, and I did not set any backup archive destination. FRA I did not set it. Let me set this archive destination, or you can leave it. I will show you both how it works. At the beginning, I will just say that please set the archives for archives FRA destination. Example, I will just verify. We have a user 1 app Oracle. Let's say here fast recovery area folder. I do not have it. I'll say prepare it and KDR user 1 app. I'm in the same folder but still giving a full path fast recovery area. And in this folder I prepared it as a Oracle user. I can just check now inside this. Nothing is there. I can see that it's right now no arclog mode. And how to put the database in arclog mode, just verify this. So after this no arclog mode is noted, I'll just go to here and try to go to SQL prompt and then try to go for root container, with the root container, and just try shut down window. After shutdown immediate, try to put your database in a mount phase and set the parameter. You can even set the parameter well before, and then you can just try with setting the arclog. So here is my initial. I'll say startup mount. I don't want to put FRA. Later I will do it. Just let's see this arclog mode. We will see the right now not there. Arclog list, and now say alter database arclog. This command is updating to my control file. Alter database. Sorry. And it's a common question which alter system and alter database. Alter system is applicable to instance and SP file. Alter database is applicable to control file. Okay, so when to run alter system? If you want to alter system, when you want to update SP file or when you want to update instance. Instance can be a SGA, instance can be your background process. So for instructing to your background process, I call it as a background process. And for instructing to a SGA, so you normally use this alter system. And you want to update your SP file also, you will normally use this alter system. For alter database, you will update to control file. So this is for control file. This is for control file. This is for SP file or instance. That's the point, you know. Let's keep a note this. Shut down it, startup mount it, alter database arclog it, and alter it. So here you go. Just a note, and this is a spell mistake. Sorry for that. Let's continue. Now, once alter database arclog is done, you can verify archive log list, and it is now arclog mode. Open it. Alter database. It is open. Now I need to verify it's now open. Now show that it's a arclog list. Now I cannot do the, as I said that if you go and now check the list of arclogs, select name from Widower archive. So I do not have right now. I will go for here alter system. Instructing my LGW bar, jump to the next one. So now I can see this is the one file gets created. It is under the previous folder. Same thing I can just try, but it is not possible. Alter system, sorry, container name, alter session set, container equal to CDB1 PDB. Now try with this. It says that you are within the PDB, you can't do that. So if you go and check, it is just a referred, but you cannot do the switch file. Next, you cannot even do the backup of control file, which I already given. Alter database backup control file to place. trace, and here we go 01 app oracle a.sq. This is also to trace as keyword is missed. Here. This is not possible. Within pluggable, this is not possible, but within pluggable ultra system, checkpoint is possible. This is also covered, these to practice. Next is yeah, this keyword is stick. So what is possible I given, what's not possible also given. Let's go for here login to respective part. The login to root container. I'll just say that show PDBs. I have total 4 PDBs, but this second one is not open because of not to saved it. So maybe saved it. Maybe I just dismounted earlier. Say here alter pluggable database. Alter database. Alter pluggable database. Name I can give it or all word, which is not open. And just check whether it is saved or not. Select CDB name, state from DB underscore, PDB underscore, saved underscore, dates. File name, not CDB name. File name. Only one is saved, so due to that it is not open. Alter database, alter pluggable database. Pluggable database, and file name is the container name minus CDB1, PDB2. Save. After that, just check here. Column, file name, format K20. Just check. That's okay. Now it's automatically gets open. So now here I have all the stuff ready. Now I need to go for taking a backup and explaining how do I restore and recover it. Right now my database in arclog mode. Now I can go ahead and check. Let's first go for RMM prop. Let me show you some example here. So here you have to remember report schema is one of the command which you can just check what all the table spaces we have. In this output, what you need to concentrate, we have a report schema. In that there are set of permanent table space and temporary table space. So here this first column says that the data file number, it is unique across the PDB. It's unique, it never repeat. Table space name would be repeat, but prefix would be given so that it will be distinguished. System belongs to this, system belongs to this, like that the prefix is given. Here we do have a rollback segment. We got RB stand for rollback, roll and back segments. Do we have a rollback segment in every system, and undo we have rollback? Other than that, it is no. And rest is a data file path. So that's a point to note. Right now I'm just giving you one of the, let's say I will corrupt one of the tables data file, and I will just try to show you how do I recover it, how do I backup it all. So first let's take a backup. If I say here backup database plus arcalog and delete input, it will delete all the archives which are backed up. So initially I'll just go for only this way. Alter database, sorry, backup database. I don't give anything, just say backup database. So I'm in the root container. It is backing up first, whichever it is up to Oracle. It says that here initially it is taking a root container data first backup. So the file number 1347. Here is the number 1347. 13 and 4 and the 7. These are the 4 file gets backed up. After that, it is see these 4 files gets backed up, and it is there in this backup list. So again, it is taking a next file set, or this is the next one. It's a PDB1. It's picked up, and after that, it is picking up the PDB2. At the end, it's picking up the same. It is not a hard and fast tool, but it's up to Oracle. So now at the end, you will see the automatic backup of control file, and this is my backup is stored here. This is the C-DBID format. This is my today's date. It is called 10th March 2022, and this number would be 002 up to 99. So after 99, again it makes 00. So this is we call it as a NN format. So let's take this one. The backup is now taken. So this is the initial output of the backup. So the order I need to remember here. I can see that it is allocating a new channel, and you can say here it's backing up all data file stuff. But let's take only archlogs, backup archlog. And here, so what it says that it is backing up all the archlogs, but it is before taking archlogs, it is do one current archlogs. The current log file it gets archived, and then it is backing up. Overall, how many files we have? 9 and 10. Now, if I want to check list archlog all, it says that we have 9 and 10. 9 and 10 are there. If I take one more time backup, so this is what it says here. Earlier we have 9, 10. Now if I do one switch, the 9, 10 becomes earlier 9, 10, but one arcus is generated here. It becomes a 9, 10 now. So that means we do have now overall 3 arcus. But instead of taking backup again and again those archlogs, what we can do, we can say that backup archlog all and delete once it is backed up. Delete input. Now what it says here, okay, let me just prepare one more. Let me delete it. Delete the arcus and 9, 10. After backing up, so this is input file is called which file it is taking a backup, and piece is nothing but where it is placing. This is where it is placing, and this is where it is picking up. So inputs are the files which is reading it, and piece is the one where it is writing. After this return, here it says that deleting the archlogs. So this gets deleted. So after deleted, again finally it's taking a backup of the control file. So here it's keep increasing its number, C-dbid, and that's my dbid here. Exit and hit enter. Go and check. So if you go with my device folder here, I given you how to find the dbid. There are many methods are available. One, you can refer the Arman backup log file where you get the dbid, or second, you can take the without FRA in the DBS folder. There you will get a dbid. Third, you will try to, you can say, refer the dump your data file or the log file, and the initial blocks will show you that. So dumping the trace file will show you this part. The fourth, you can strings your system data file where keyword to search it is a max value. The keyword get with the max value for system data file, you will get the dbid. The fifth, where you can set this particular sentence where in the cron job, not recommended, but still you can do that. So if you run this command, it will do the alert log in a alert log file if you want to. So there are two places where it will push the dbid details. One is only in the trace file or only in the alert log file, or you wanted to push it in both. So I wanted to push it in both. So I will say here 3 number. That is my, in this package processor, I'll just pass 3 number, and I'm picking up a dbid is my variable which I declared here, and that dbid I'm just storing from this dbid. Select dbid from build database, and that dbid gets stored over here. That will be later fetched over here. That means your value, whatever it is referred, will be referred here. This value will be later pushed by this package. So if you want to see that, just check here exit and just try to. This is my exit. During login, you will see the dbid. This is the one. This is my same dbid is here. This one. So make sure that this is a dbid. This is the second, and just check the let me log into my database. Here you go. Select value from the diagrams for info. And in the diagrams for info, you just check this trace file folder. Go to here, just check exit and tail-pdf. And this is my alert log file. Right now, I could not see any dbid. This is the last control for auto backup. So there it is already there. But now I wanted to push the alert log file. So this is the one which I can just refer. This is my sentence and push. So once I run this command in this file, this is what it is generated. Go to alert log file. So this is what expecting this updated. Now see in the dbid. So if every time if I run this command in my through cron job, so that means it is that package whenever you run it, this is the one whenever you run this, and followed by if you call this gets pushed to my alert log file saying that this is what it is alert. So frequently you are maintaining that. If you want DBID, you can track this thing. So this is how the 5 methods are available, and one of them is you can see here. Go to the here, just check what is our system data file path, select name from data file. And here this is my system data file. Copy this, don't do it in production. Control C, and here so strings it, and this is the file, and file grep max file, and here okay, so this is the one, and this is the DBID. So, okay, so this is my DBID. So this way you can just figure out what is my DBID. So this is what this number you can use it. Many different methods are available. I given you multiple methods how to find the DBID. So output is shared. Please read it in the day-wise folder. It is already given. Okay, so any questions here before going ahead? Now I have to explain.
Yeah, normally you're taking backup, right? After that, that RQ got deleted. If you have same database, DR is built, then RQ is not applied, then again it will be issue, right?
Yeah, it will be issue. Yeah, then the incremental backups comes into picture.
So we cannot stop that one deleting backup. It is getting automatically deleting, right?
Yeah, we have some deletion policy. We can set that. So we say that don't delete the archilogs, or don't allow any backups to delete the archives until it is not applied in my standby. We can do that. So this is we call deletion policy we have to set for that. Yes, so this is the one. Okay, so that's possible. So where you can mention the deletion policy do not get deleted. So here you go. Let's remove this. Let's continue with the next here. Example, let's take a now backup. I can just go to RMM prompt and I can take a RMM target flash. I can even say that backup pluggable database here. Backup pluggable database and CDB1 PDB. I can just mention. So I'm connected to which container? Root container. But I'm backing up which pluggable? Only this specific PDB. This is possible. But this is how you can back up your stuff. Any questions?
We have not enabled the archive file system, right? That's what is going.
Is this take control file backup? Backup database PDB1, is it take control file backup as well?
Yes, auto backup will include every time the same stuff.
Okay, any PDB run, if auto backup there, control file, ST file it will take, right?
Yes. And one more question is asked, like if you try to do this backup pluggable database, he says that connect the Redel log file. So since you are connected to root container, it is saying that I'm able to do log switch and then backing up the. So here, if I did not mention plus arclog, it will not be included in the arclogs. The previous question asked like, if I do only backup pluggable database, will it include arclogs? Answer no. And if I use a plus arclog, include yes, say yes. So this is including the arclogs here. There's the one. But what happens if I connect to a specific PDB and then do a take a back? So for that, let me just show you. How do I connect to a specific PDB? Let me just first write down the sentence. This is my. This is the one. I given you the sentence where two backup I backed up. One is I backed up arclogs. Here, try to take a backup here. The first one I said backup plus backup pluggable database plus arclog, so it will include the arclog also. And if you don't say plus arclog, then it will only take the data from back of the pluggable database. So the respective pluggable data files are backed. and at the end it is always includes the control file auto backup. Next, in the backup database plus archlog, it first does the current data log file switch, take the archives backup, take all the data file backup, one more time log switch, again takes the archives, then finally control file. So there would be a 2-time archlog file backup, one before the data file and one after the data file. That's the point to know. Okay, so at the end you will see the control file auto backup and SP file. That's it. So point, keep a note.
When backup data files, so data files will have committed and uncommitted data as well, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
will it it will obviously backup all the data, right?
Yes. It will include both.
So when we can maintain that unnecessary data removed from data files, like any
After recovery, this uncommitted changes gets removed after recovery, not
the media recovery, right? After media recovery time, it will flush up the uncommitted.
Uncommitted changes.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yeah, normally I'm having one standby database. Means normally I'm having a standalone database. Already I'm having container database on server. So how can I move that standalone database to my container database?
That is default non-CDB to PDB. Yes, so I will have that details. I will give that details. There only I will explain that violations part. Okay.
Okay.
Now just backed up the backup pluggable database I given. So please note this. Now what is the point here is how do I connect to a specific PDB? So I don't want to take this armor target slash. You can go rather. I would suggest go to SQL prompt and create some user. Let's say create user armor, and I'll just put any user. It is up to you. Go for here C ## armor u1 identified by C ## armor or just R is the password. This is more than enough. I created a user which is a C # and it's a common user. Now I'm granting here grant which privilege. And just before seeing that, just describe the view called $pw file underscore users. So there is a view name called pw file underscore users. There's a column called sysbackup. This is basically for Arman backup. Let's check that. What is the username? Column username format. Give me the username and set lines 200. Let's say give me the username and the sys backup from $pw file underscore users. He says that other than you can say the output is just showing me the sys user, but none of the users have this privileges sys backup. I'm granting this privilege grant sys backup to my C # arman u1 and container equal to 1. That means I'm granting this privileges to my common user or willing to take the arman backup. So this is a initially I prepared this user by connecting to the root container, and now once you connect it to root container, I just prepared one user called arman u1 ## and it is a one of the common user, and I'm granting the privileges to him to the commonly so that he can connect to any container. Apart from that, let's now connect it. What is the way to connect? Arman target single quote or double quotes, single quote start, single quote end, or double quote start, double quotes end. In between again, if it's double quote, again single quote required, or if it's a single quote, double quotes are required. So up to you. So you can take one of the combinations. I'll take first single quote and followed by double quotes, and I'll use my username and C # arman u1 password. You can put that password at the rate the correct identifier. I'll say here connect CDB1 PDB1, and this is a keyword as this backup, and double quotes complete, single quote complete. Here go arman target slash. Instead of that, I'm just putting this username. Okay, so once you connect it like this, now you are connected to which one? You are connected to this database for this container. It's important. You are connecting to this. So I'm using this common user, and it is having this privilege. Now I can take here backup. See, backup database. So I can say here backing up database does not mean that it is backing up all. Rather, it is only taking the PDB1 back. See. So how do I connect to this user, which is just I prepared? Arm and target flash, single quote or double quotes, start with the end with here opposite. If it is a single quote, then end with single quote, double quotes, then end with double quotes. But both are required. And the username and password, and then the current identifier and as this backup. How to grant it? This is grants this backup to this user, and make sure that it should be container, should be on. And also I can even create this user as a local user. I can grant this options to that user. Once it is granted, I can even see it. But the problem here, if I try with the backup database plus arcalog, see here, if I use plus arcalog, what it says, it is skipping the arcalog. Why is it so? Earlier it was allowed, but now it is not allowed because you are now connected to PDB. Earlier I was connected to root container. Connecting to root container, if I include plus arcalog gets archived and then backed up. If you're connected to directly to PDB, then you're connected to PDB directly. Due to that, skipping the archives backup. That's a point to note. And here it is taking all data files backup. Again, it says that skipping the arcalogs, and again there's no control for auto backup. So this is exactly a difference what you should know. So if you're trying to connect to a specific PDB and trying to take a backup, how it looks like. Any questions? So what is the script? All I given with output.
That sys backup you have given, right? We need to create password file.
Yes, it's mandatory. Password file is mandatory. If I remove the password file, let's say example, if I go to here, go to under the DBS, when you go with the database created with the DBCA, the DBCA creates password file. Okay, so that's the answer for the question. Here for our PW. So this is the password file. Let me just rename it. Move and hold. After going this one, let's try to correct. So it says that one denied. So I'll just I'll just go ahead and check in the my SQL prompt also. Just check, do we have any granted these privileges? He says that no. This one. Earlier it was showing me this is the output, but now it says no row selected. Now if I try without password file granting these privileges, he will say that password file is missing. I can't give you this information.
Here, how recovery will happen while correcting the particular PDB and take the armament backup?
Recovery, you wanted to explain like how it happens? Yeah, I will show you that as well. Let me just explain it, that exactly how it works. Again, it's a recovery. You have to be answer to question. You have to be root container and then restore it, rather than connecting to specific PDB. If it's single data file problem, then you can connect to PDB and then restore, recover it. But if you want to restore all the PDB, better to go with root container login. Even though you backed up through connected through PDB and you backed up, but still you can go for restore through root container login and restore it. It's possible. So exit from here and rename that file, which is this, and here the old one. You can see it. Now I have a two. Now you can see it's there. Let's check here. List backup of database. So I can see that it is connected to the same database. So I can see here it's a backup of my pluggable database. Question: if I remove this particular file, let's say rm-rf, this is the file. I removed it by data file, which is one of the PDB data file. I removed it. Now this is no more existing. Now let's go ahead and just log into that PDB again back. Then say here alter database data file 12 as for 13 offline. This is my 13, see here 13 and just say restore data file 13. This is the one which is restored. Reading the backup pieces from this backup piece, restore this data file, the one which is removed. Now recover data file 13 and make it online. This way you can just restore, recover that specific file. Exit from here, just check earlier it was removed, that's back. This is a single data file restore from the given backup. Okay, so this is a way to take a backup and how to recover it. I just give single data file, and also I explained that moving the data file, password file, and this will not work. Please try to make sure that password file should be there, otherwise this gets messed up. The next point you have to remember, if I lost all the PDB's data file, let's go for here, and this is a PDB1, and here I have this all data files, and here RM-RF. So I lost now all PDB1. This is now entire data file is lost. So this is the one. So I'm just into that folder where I lost all the PDBs data file. So if I try with now connecting this options, what would be the case? I'm connecting to this PDB and there, and say that try to go for report schema. So report schema is trying to read the data from the control file, and you can see that backup validate database. It means here we're trying to check is there any problem with the data files. It says that cannot access data file 9. Now he come to know that there's a problem. Now if I try, which is a file number 9, and number 9 is a system data file. Like this, the size is 0. See, so everything is 0. So what I'll say here, restore database. So restore database. So the restore database not impacting others, rather it is going for what it says here. So if you see here, they are already considered as open. So due to that, you cannot restore, you store it since it's active. So in short, it is expecting make it table space offline. Active means it is expecting exclusive lock to be held, but it is already held by memory level. So file is removed at the OS level. He don't know the OS level is gone. He is thinking still it is online. What I need to do, I need to say here alter pluggable database. Name of the pluggable database. Any question? Same. Any doubts? Anyone have any questions to ask? Shall I proceed?
Yes, you can proceed.
Thank you. CDB1 and PDB1. So what I'm trying to say here, whenever you lost your all the PDB's data file and you try to restore it, it will not work until unless it is not closed. You cannot restore the files until it is not closed. The closing can be done with the offline or close immediate. The system data file cannot be offline. That is the reason the mandatory you have to do a shutdown. Other word, in PDB point of view, it is a close immediate. After that close immediate is completed, you have to go with this is a close immediate is completed. You can go for restore pluggable databases. Restore. So what is the restoration of pluggable database?
We have to close the particular database and I mean PDB database, then we can restore that particular PDB. Yeah.
Absolutely correct. Yeah. So now after this done, so I can just go for here instead of now here it's a restoration done. Restore pluggable database. So before that, I said that make it offline. That is we call close. So close it. There is the one. Close it, and then restore it. Then recover it. So here instead of here, just type recover it, and then open. That's it. These are the points to note down. So here, and then open. before this all stuff, where did I connect it? You can see it. I connected to my this. So you can see here, I connected to it. I connected to specific PDB, still I can do that activity. So this whole output I can just show you. So here I can connect to specific PDB, I can do it, or I can go to root container, I can do the same stuff. It's up to you. The choice is yours. You can go for here. Either I can connect to this specific PDB like this. I can go to a specific PDB and said here report schema. It says that everything is 0. So here I connected to specific PDB. I just check that they are 0 without I know that it's a 0, but still trying to take a backup. Checking the backup can be possible or not. He says that could not access it, and I just try to say restore without closing it. It will say that there is a exclusive lock is already held, you cannot obtain again. So that means it is not closed. So let's go for close it and then restore it and then recover it and then open it. Now I can see that it is possible to validate to take a backup. So it's possible now. Now report schema will not show you this 00 bytes, rather it will show you the actual size. Plus you can even see the validate options. Now validate will say that it is a backing of stuff. Now there is a common question here. Validate will give you all the details of what are the files it is I can back up. Plus I can even see that it is corrupt or not. The point to be noted here, I'm just giving you some information about backup validate part. But this is everything is fine. I can see that no, nothing is marked as a corrupt. You are okay. Now if I say here restore pluggable database, restore validate pluggable database CDB1 PDB. Now I'm not backing up, rather I'm just checking whether I can restore it or not. This is it says that finished restore means you can restore it. This is a restoration validations. One is backup validations, other one is the restoration validations, other one is the preview options. So let's show you that preview options. Restore and database, database.
Backup validate, it won't give any performance issues you run in business hours.
In CPU1, answer yes.
Okay, if it is data is more, it will take more time, right?
Yes, yes. Now let's continue. Here we go. Yes, it's possible to allocate channel to reduce these options. Now there is a point question as a preview word. Preview will only tell you that what piece it will be referred. But here, if I just go and check here, exit, and just see here, I did exit. Sorry, I did an exit here. I just check. This is the backup piece. What I will do, I'll just rename this backup piece as the old. Now I go and reconnect. Asked to go for preview. So here is my preview. So this is my preview. Preview says that I supposed to read this file. Here we go. So this piece says that he will read this piece, but no, not guarantee that it is getting that piece. So here preview will help you to which tape to refer it. But if I say restore instead of this, validate and restore validate, here is my options. The validate will actually tell that there is a problem in the backup piece. So he says that reading the backup piece, this is not finding it. And due to that, it is now shifted to the previous backup. Then he got the previous backup. Now he says that I can go ahead and refer it. The preview will only tell you that what backup he can expect to read it at the latest one. But he never say that it is possible 100% or not. So this is but this will not actually test it, but he will only help you to which piece it will refer it. Whereas here, it will do actual test. So there, its actual physical file gets verified, not there, then it says error and goes to the previous backup.
Okay, before restoring, we can validate like this.
Yes, this is for backup. You wanted to before restore, you can test this. Answer yes.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Hussein here. Actually, we have two pluggable databases. Okay. So one is application level. They are using all inserts, updates, everything they are using for one pluggable database. And one more is there that is used for image copy of the database. Means whatever the changes they are doing on the pluggable one, it will automatically replicated on pluggable two on same database.
Okay.
Okay. So if it is crash, so first thing is that how it is get replicated. There is no MRP process also there, right? So how it get replicated?
You have one of the. Did you configure the Arman? You can see the data card on that particular CDP.
Means no data, same CDB, two pluggables are there. One is using for means application level, another pluggable used for they are synced with another this other application PDB. How can we create that one?
Okay, you are asking about application PDB, not the normal PDB.
Normal, there is no DR for that.
No, we cannot get that application PDB because you have lost that PDB, right? So you are using a particular files which are no more available at the physical level.
Okay, and one more thing, that what is vanilla installation of Oracle?
Just you can say dummy database create what we call vanilla installation.
Can you repeat again?
Yeah, vanilla installation is nothing but where you right now do not have any requirement from the application that what size it has to prepare and all. The one which we create as a just at the beginning, that is we called vanilla installation.
Okay.
So it is like a beginner once he prepare it, it is not given any specific requirement what we call for that vanilla installation. It's also called vanilla database creation.
Okay, and one more thing is that if we can install a rack database rack without scan listener,
we can install rack up to before 11G, yes. You can say from 11G R2, no.
no, actually we have one setup in 19C, so there is no
delete that
scan
later,
listener.
where we can later delete.
Later delete it.
Later we can delete.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I will show you that all. Okay, so once our this is over, we'll jump to rack and then I will ask you to set up this rack setup and you do this all R&D on your side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? So given you all these commands, it's now time for you to practice. 15 minutes break, then back on, then we will continue here. So make sure that you do practice this all. So whatever I given, backup, restore, and all those stuff, you try it your side. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask on this part. So take a 15 minutes break. It's now 4:15 or 4:20. We will, I can say, come back after 15 minutes and then we will continue from here. Thank you guys. I hope you guys are practicing.
Yes, Sayed here. Yes,
Yes,
yeah, started the practicing. So the file is this one, no? Last updated 353. No?
Yes, that's correct. So please check.
414. No, I'm seeing the 414 is that one. Is that right?
Yes, Day2.
.txt. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thanks for confirmation.
Thank you.
connect to the root database, then if you are giving backup database, it will take all the PDBs, right?
Yes, correct.
If you are given particular PDB name, that will it will take that PDB only.
PDB data files backup here. And if you take connecting to root container and that PDB plus arclog, it means possible to take arclog as well if you're connecting to root container. But if you connect to specific PDB and then try to take plus arclog, it will not take.
Okay. With all files, it will go to the DBS location only, right? We are given location DBS.
Yeah, if you don't set any FRA or configure format, it by default goes to DBS.
You have created one of the user, then you are connecting the armament target, right?
Yeah, even I can log into that user, or I can even use armament target slash. But target is the keyword where it is saying that you are connecting to the database for which we are taking a backup of we wanted to perform restore recover. That is the keyword for target.
What will do if PDB creation save state step? It will reconnect. It will not save the data. It's like instance, like it's like instance memory only. Save state if not executed, the data file after reconnect it will not show data, right?
No, data will be there, but your database will not open automatically. During next startup, if you do shutdown immediate and startup of your root container, login to root container, then after startup it will not automatically open. Data will be there.
Okay.
So could you please give one small session on this prefix? I'm getting confused in this one.
Which one?
This prefix users, user roles, common user, C hash.
What is the question you are having in that?
In the default, the user will be there or not? I mean, the C hash, the local user.
This parameter is set. User will not be there. You have to prepare it.
Okay, we need to create that user C hash, right?
No, that is a prefix for the user.
Okay.
Okay, so let's say you want to create a username called, let's say, Ambassa, and I will put prefix with Ambassa like C hash and then Ambassa, like that. If you don't want it, then you set that parameter null, so that no need to give any prefix.
Okay.
Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to log in it as root user for creating the user.
Yes, to create a common user, must and should be in the root container. To create a local user, you must and should be in the specific container. Where you on which container you want to create a user, you must be logged into that container to create a local user.
The local user we have to access in the respective container only, not through root.
Not through root, yeah.
The user which are creating from the root container, is it accessible in the local also?
Local plus any container, provided he need a privilege to that container.
Okay.
But user will be available, but privilege will not be there. So you have to grant the privilege also.
Okay, thanks.
See, I have taken the Arman full backup using Arman root.
Okay.
If I want to, it will take all the PDBs, right?
Yeah, if you connect to a root container, if you take a backup database, then it will take all the containers data files backup.
Okay, then I am going to drop one of the PDB. Then I can restore that one.
No, dropping is not the case. You have to set it. Remove the OS level, you can get it back. Physical file at the OS level is deleted, you can get it back. Not the drop tab, not the one with the drop pluggable.
Okay. If we drop binaries, everything will go right.
Yes.
Before restoring, we can validate like per particular time any backup PC is corrupted or like that.
You can use the backup set also, validate. Answer yes.
No particular time I am saying. If I have completed my full backup at 10 a.m., I have taken archive backup at 11 a.m. Okay, 11:20 I want to validate all the backups are fine or not. We can validate for particular time.
Timing you cannot. You say just if I say restore up to that point, the specific backup you cannot check. The timing and all you cannot mention it. We can even mention only the, you can say, restoration of the archaeologs I can mention with the from point, but not for your all the data. Specific backup piece you can check, but not with a specific point in time. Timing you not mention.
In that case, they will ask like we need to restore the data for particular time, so that we can't validate the backup piece.
And no, you can give until time. That's a until time, and you can say restore validate. So there, if you try to get the file validated from that point, can I restore it?
Can you show that scenario also?
Which one?
I'm saying at particular time we can restore.
Until SCN you wanted to restore.
Yeah, timing we can't able to mention.
Can you go mention time also? That's not it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We are taking full backup, right? We can say you can use particular time, then we can restore.
Yes, you can. Let me just show that as well. Let's everyone can finish that. I will try to add that.
If you drop one data file, also database will be up and running, right?
Yeah, what is the question, please? If you drop data file.
If you drop data file also, the database will be up and running fine.
Yeah, you can remove the data file physically. It will be still up and running. So yes.
You have dropped it manually one data file. How do you know that is the number 1313? It will be there in alert log or?
It will be there in the alert log file, and also you can check the list failure. He will give you the details. Or if there is a checkpoint happens, and then that Build on a recovered scope file will also show that information.
After connecting Arman, how we will check that one?
Yeah, let me just show that. Here, let me just give you 2-3 points. Who are not done, please just check this. Here you go. Let's see example. I just connected one of the data file. Here you go. This is my pluggable database. Right now I can see that there is everything is fine. List failure will not show anything. I connected data. Type the command list failure. You can see that it is no more as such failure occurs. You can see it is now no more failure. Let's continue. And here it's a report schema. And in this, I can just take one of the example is this. Right now it's a 70, but I can just show you this the one. Move this particular file. Let's first check. I have a backup of this. I'll take this also. 14th one. 13. This is 12. Let's take this. Armament target slash. First check list backup of data file. Well, I have backup. Let's move on. I physically move this 12th data file. Now go ahead and check list failure. Now he says that he don't do anything, but let's check the alert log file. I can
showing in the Arman.
Yes, it will not show until unless it is not fired the validate. Let's say here backup validate data file. So I'll just try to go with this, or you can try with the ultra system checkpoint, and this is the one which normally we refer it, but in the alert log file I'll just show you. This is my alert log file location. Right now I can see that this is the file, earlier file, and now I'll just try to show here list failure until unless it is not referred by in the background, it is not shown to you. I did a checkpoint here, and after that I verified list failure. He says that one of most non-system data files is missing, plus it needs media record. Now go ahead and verify here. Right now, still in the alert log file, I do not have any idea. Now which file it is? So here to identify that, say here advice. So he will give you the details, which is the file. So that file will be given in terms of a file. You can just open this particular file. Here you go. See, get this. You know that this is the file. So this is the file which is missing. And if you wanted that to be fixed, you can say repair. Repair. And he says that this is the file you want to recover. Are you sure you want to go with that? Yes, please. And if it's yes, then he will go ahead and do it. Now you can just check. Everything is fine. List.
Yeah. Admin only it will fix. We don't need to run alter that and done.
So one or more missing. See, it is still missing. Just check what is that. So again, advice, without advice, you cannot directly go for repair. No automatic. First, we have to say advice. So he says that advice says that there is a automatic is whatever it is there. You can just refer one of those. One of this file is unintentionally reading. So you can see here, it's unintentionally reading. This is the file. Now he says that no manual actions available, no automatic exceptions is available, so you have to fix it manually. Renamed I manually, but still I'll say that let's offline it. So is it another way to check is we don't recover and score. So here I can see that one of the file first number which is not found. So I can see that these are somehow it is no more exist.
Can you please mention these commands in this in the Google Drive?
Yeah, in the Google Drive, I'll put this all command. So from here.
One more advice command will be there, right?
Yes, list and then advice and then repair. All the three. Okay, so one is list, second one is advice, and third one is repair. You cannot skip that. You have to be running those all in a single command. Now I'll say here restore data file. So what it says that before restore, you should be making sure that the backup piece should be there. I said that backup piece is now available. Is not, so it is says not available, but it is use the previous backup. After that, you can say here. Right now, all the data files just restored or not verified. Select star from $2 recovered. Earlier, it was a not error says that not found. See, now it is found, but all are required to recover. I'll say here this is all recovered data file 9, 10, 11, 12. Now we can go and check. Nothing is recorded. This is how you should do. Okay, so I go on all commands. Now go and check. Now open your PDB. So right now just verify, select name and open more. It says that all it is mounted. Rest all are continue alter database, alter pluggable database. CDB1, PDB1. Now it's done. Now let's take one more scenario where how to do the incomplete recovery. Also, we will try that part right now like this. I have one of the database I wanted to perform incomplete recovery. Any questions here? Someone is asking. Any questions to ask?
Repair command will, if any black corruption, will do that, right? In our
yes, it will.
So if it is a physically file is missing, it cannot do.
Both cases. So if the physical file also, if it is unintentionally renamed, it will not. But otherwise, it will ask you to restore like this previously. I said right. So the previously it was lost, so it says that offline it, restore recover all, and that will be referred. But it not give you the you can say control file recovery part. So this is not possible. Only data file repair part can be done, not other than the data file.
Okay.
And the other one which you have to remember here is, right, let's say if I take here arm and target slash, I will just show you some example here. I'm just taking one full backup like this, backup database plus archelog, and here this is like I'm connecting to root container. I just consider that it is backed up. Okay, so now see here, it's entire backup is not done. My database is full backup is completed. Now, say an example, I just backed up. I will also show you one parameter here. Allow me to complete that. Once the backup is over, this is like a full backup is taken, and let it complete. What are the files it is taking? First, it is taking doing the archelog switch here, ultra system archelog current, followed by it is backing up archives and then data files, and then again it is taking archelog backup. At the end, it will take a control file back. Okay, it's done. Done with PDB2, PDB1, seed, and auto backup is over. Okay, so now this all gets completed. Let's take a now quick some parameter I will just set. This is useful parameter, guys. You can just use it here. Log into my database. Just type show parameter and enable DDL. So by default it is false. Try to enable it, like alter system set this parameter equal to 2. After making this parameter 2, what happens in this particular location in the alert log? Let's say here select value from middle diagram square 4. Then mute it yourself, and this is the log locations. After this log just prepared, just go to this location here, and in this location you will see the folder name called here log folder. Under the log folder you will see the DDL. Under the DDL you will see the details. If somebody perform any DDL, I can see that. So here I could see here also there is some file. So now maybe example, these are all the some notifications information. Now let's continue with here. I'll just create some table here. Let's log in here, alter session, set container equal to my CDB1. Now let's go ahead and check what is my current SCN. Current SCN for build our database. This is my current SCN is this one. I can even go ahead and log into my database to root container also. The current SCN is saved for overall. So this SCN, what is the timing? Select SCN to timestamp. So right now I can just check. This is my timestamp. If I know the SCN, give me the time. It says that this is my time. This is my timing. It's showing me that this is the one. So as per this system time, it is showing. Forget about right now what's time, but it is a time where it is mentioned. Now, if I go ahead and check now, this is the timing. If I know the timing, let's say timestamp to SCN, and if I know the timestamp, you can put here and ask to give the SCN. It says that this is the nearest number of this. So 3 seconds vary, it will be having it. Say example, this particular option is done. So I'm just trying to connect here. I'm preparing. I have one of the backup. Let's say I do some switch here. Alpha system switch lockdown. Switch lockdown. So until what point we have this table space and all, I can see that this is a table at 10th March and 6:53 p.m. The table was everything is fine. But what I will do, I'll just try to go for here. Prepare some user. Let's log in here. Alter session set. Container equal to then container equal to CDB1 PDB. And what I'll do, I'll just say create user. I already there. I have already user with U11. I'll say here alter or let's prepare new create user U101 and identified by U101 and default table space. Let's say TBS0 and say him grant connect comma resource comma unlimited table space. Limited table space to this user U10. So like this, I prepared this table, this user. Let him try to perform some creation of the table. So here you go. I give one to you, and before that I have a full backup. So let's connect to this particular user. Connecting to this user for U101 and at the rate connect to my CDB1 PDB. I connected. I can see that I'm a user which contain. I'm in the user U101 and container this. So if I create table T1 and number data like ename where that would. Now table gets created. Go ahead and check here. Is there anything which prepared? This is the DDL. So here I can see that overall performing what DDL. So at this particular timing, there was some DDL happen. Plus, this is the location. And you can just track this. Okay, so what parameter we enabled, that also I shared to you guys. This is a enable DDL login. Okay, so just take this. Yeah. After this, yeah, now go to this particular location here. And here I have a DDL folder. And inside this DDL, I can see the XML file. In the XML file, log XML file, I can clearly say that this table was created in this container at this particular, from this particular machine at this particular time. This is the timing where you know that when it is performed. Plus, I can even insert some data. It's not a TML, it's like a only DDL. Insert into T1 values with 1. Yes, any question? Same.
No, continue. I will ask later.
Yeah. Insert into T1 values with 1. So I just inserted. Let's try to go for commit. At this time, the data is present at this point in time. So is this table is present? Answer yes. If I try to say show recycle bin, it says that no more exists. So let's say drop table. But drop table show, and then say here show recycle bin. It will say that this table is there in the recycle. Okay, so this table is now in the recycle bin. I cannot read the data like this, but I can read the data from this option. Okay, so this is the data I can see. But how do I get it back this table? Flashback table name. And 2 before. After that, I can just check show recycle bin. This table is back. So now I can see here it's a show recycle bin. It's not, but I can see the table is back. Okay, so this is the what it says. But what happens if I try to prepare new table, create table Day2, select star from, or same way which one we prepared. Example this. Okay, so this is the one which I prepared, and some data is inserted. Day2 values it's 1, same whatever we initially tried, same here just put it. So at this point, this data is present. I can just check here, select sys timestamp. So I can verify what is the time. It's 6 o'clock, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. I'll just check here, select star from this table. It says that, so this table, it says here. So if I try with delete from Day2, the data is deleted, let's commit. After delete, I can see that this data is gone. But I can check that, select star from this table as of timestamp and 2 timestamp, and I can just check. This is the time. Let's say I will put it in this format. TD MMYY HS24 MI. So the timing I'll just put it first. So 10th March and 2022. Timing is 06 and 59, 58. Single quote complete, comma, TD MMYY HS24 MI SS, and here. So what it says that in between I did before, maybe just a little bit here and there. I say here 59. What 59?
Completely yes, you are missing.
Yes, this is a time. Want to go this.
No, final yes, you are missing. Only yes.
Yes. This is the problem. I can see that this is a yes missing. Sorry for that. As I said that here it's now data is available. At this point in time, the data is available. This is we call flashback query. This is we call flashback table, flashback drop, and you want to get back this table at this point in time. I can say flashback table name to timestamp, and I can put this timestamp. What it says that to do this, your row movement should be enabled. I'll say here select row movement from user underscore tables, where table name is equal to table. It says that it is disabled. Alter table name, enable row movement. After row movement enabled, verify this. It is enabled. Let's go for here. Flashback again. Now the data is back. Now go ahead and check this table is. So that means I can do a flashback table. This is can say a flashback query, only query, not the actual flashback. This is the flashback drop. This is the entire is called the flashback drop. Recycle bin if you say you wanted to get it back. Like this, you can do not many things. But if I try with the this table is dropped with the permanent option. Let's say the table was there, but I say drop table name. Up to what point this table is present? To this point, let's say select star from T2 as of say. So currently it is our table is having one record. What is the timing? So sys time stamp. Okay. So what is the timing? It's this the time. So this up to this point the table is present, and I can go and just check. Let's insert some record. Insert into T2 values with the 2 with the big. What is the right now value? Right now value is 2 records. How much record? But I want to check what is the timing at this timing. What was the record? Record count. I will take this here. So just change the value, whatever you have it here. Select star from table as of timestamp, and you can say use this 2 underscore timestamp. Within the bracket, you just put, you can see this the one, and 03 41, and put remaining is like this. 03 2022 followed by 07 03 41, then is DD, then just 24 right. SS. Now this what I said, at this time it was only one record. So if I say that if I drop the table, what is the current SCN for this? You know the timing, I can even convert SCN, but I don't want SCN at all. Drop table. Now at this point it is this SCN. So let's say if I tell that what is the current time, current system, or I don't want to take the time. Let's say just type. Let's take some bigger value here 05 and just take this. So up to this point there are 2 values. So drop table and table to purge. This is like a shift delete. What time you deleted? This time still. Now go ahead and check here at what time somebody deleted the table. Open this particular file. This is the location, and here it says that this is the table was dropped at this particular timing, and this is the timing where it is stopped. From which IP they have dropped, what is my machine when, and all, which is a container name. I know everything is now dropped. Now I wanted to get it back this table. I cannot see one in. Yes, please.
What you have enabled for tracking this one?
This parameter enable DDL1. It is available. That's it.
Where it will be generated logs?
It is generated in the trace log location. Here, in this location, under the trace folder. So wherever you have a trace folder, similar to that, instead of trace, you go with a DDL folder.
So whenever DDL will perform, this will get updated, right?
Yes, that's updated. And after 10
And it's like audit kind of thing only.
It's a partial audit, yes.
Okay.
it's a very good useful in case of tracking the table drop and all. Okay, so that's a good to use.
It's a 19C feature only, right? 12C it is not there, might be.
It is there in 11G also.
Okay.
Answer to that 12C is available. Okay, so you can use it. Okay, so let's now give you all the details what has been referred. I will just document it here. I already given that location. See, here is my location. Under this location, we have a two folder. One is a DDR folder. Inside the DDR folder, you will get that XML file. So here's my XML file location. And in that XML file, I get this all. Now I got all the details. Now I wanted to perform how to recover it. So I have a backup, but I wanted to do point in time recovery. Okay, so table is dropped now. What is the way to do it? Let me show you. Table level point in time recovery. What is the heading? I can just mention. We have many levels of recovery. One is just refer here. Database point in time recovery, or table space point in time recovery.
If flashback, if recycle bin is off, then at that time, how can we retrieve?
This is the syntax now. If your flashback is off, then this is the...
No. Recycle bin is off.
No, it is not depends on recycle. No, already...
That means the data, whatever you're dropping, it is going from recycle bin only, right?
Yeah, you are correct. But what I mentioned now, so if it is a drop with a purge command, it will not be there in the recycle bin. Did you got my point, or still you have a question?
Yeah, I got it.
So for that, flashback should be enabled, right? Use a purge.
No, this purge is nothing but shift delete. If you drop it, show recycle bin, it is no more exist now in recycle. Here I do not see that. Now,
in this case, flashback enabled, right, at table level to get it back.
No, if you say that, I guess if you drop it up to this point, you can get it back. For that, okay, common question like flashback parameter no more depend on this feature. Okay, so it's a common mistake. Like people think that flashback drop is different than flashback table, and this is different than flashback database. So for this, we required a recycle bin parameter equal to on. For this, we required a undo table space. For this, we required a flashback log. And here we need a flashback log. So this is this flashback database, nothing to do with the recycle bin. Recycle bin is nothing to do with the flashback. So flashback table is based on undo. So they are not with the depends on this. So here only DML will be controlled. Here entire database will be controlled. Here only drop table will be controlled. So if I say that if I drop the table without purge, then I can use the recycle bin, I can get it back. For this guy, so whether your recycle bin is enabled, your flashback log is enabled, or undo table space is there or not, does not matter. For this guy, it's purely on this. And opposite, if you want to do a flashback table, then nothing to do with this. This and they are irrespective whether you configured or not. So this will work. Like this, all three are different. You need to understand this.
So in this case, it will get from the undo. So if undo return until undo retention.
Yes, this is only for DML. Yes, answer to that DML.
So normally you are saying that flashback table will come from undo table space, right?
Correct.
So if, for example, undo table space size is around 10 GB, okay, and that whatever you are doing drop or any dropping the tables or deleting the
tables is 1 minute. If you say word, then it is nothing to do with undo. Nothing to do with undo. Nothing to do with retention period. Yeah, please go ahead. What is the question?
So you are saying that undo table space, right? Flashback table.
Flashback table undo. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So normally, if you're deleting the rows or table, so it will go for undo segment, right?
Correct.
Then that segments are having that is also having the 3 states, right? Expired, unexpired,
Correct.
and active.
Active. Correct.
So if it is expired, then how can we retrieve? We can't retrieve, right?
So we cannot retrieve if you don't configure flashback data archive. There's something called flashback data archive. If you enable this, we can keep it year-wise. If you don't enable this, then only the second-wise, whatever you mentioned here. Answer to your question, this is by default not enabled. In that case, you can't go back. So answer you are absolutely correct in that case. If you don't have this, and in that case, if timing 900 seconds is over and already commit is done, but already 900 seconds is over, in that case it becomes expired. Then you cannot go back or back in time. Flashback table will not work. But if I have a flashback data archive enabled, then I can even take last year data also back. Yes, that's possible.
Okay, sorry to ask you this. What do you mean by this supplementing logging?
That is where your additional information is maintained in the readlog file about your just not with the data, which is a definition also will be maintained so that before images also tracked to compare both. So whenever you take the without supplemental log data, it is only maintained the after informations, which is no more require the before values. So the before values is not actually maintained in the readlog file. What it says here, if you enable supplemental logging, then that will be maintained as a before value so that our golden gate kind of stuff or our you can say comparison purpose, we need a supplemental log. The previous value, compare it and then apply it. So for that, we need additional logging to be enabled. So for that, we go with the supplemental log.
Okay. And one more thing, that you have created listeners, right? So sorry, this one asking lastly. You have created 2 listeners, right? Listener 1 and listener 2. Okay, and we have multiple users in DB level. So we can check by $V sessions where the sessions are coming and which users are connecting. But I want to check from which listener it is connecting. Means like, for example, we have scan listener and different listeners are there. So from which listener the user is connecting? This kind of information where we can find out.
We have to enable a trace for that. If you go to the tracing, an example, if you go with here and network admin, and in that we have a SQLnet.aura. If it's not there, then go to samples. Here we have a SQLnet.aura, and here you just say that trace. So if you enable the trace and if you make it this one, he will give you from which machines you are coming from, which user you are using, all those stuff.
One again, show once now which location it is.
So this is a sample file. This is a sample folder, but you have to copy this file and put it at the original network address.
Means it is like SQLnet is used for wallet, right? Wallet creation.
Yeah, not only wallet, it is also for enabling log, enabling trace and all. That is also possible. Not only limit to the wallet, it is also very much essential for tracing and trying to read the data.
Okay, and last question, last one. This one, if you have done row movement, right? Row movement. Row movement. So normally, if you have just enabled and you have not disabled that one row movement, will it get effect on DB level? Means
yes.
Further.
Yes, row movement enable is basically maintaining the in the database block header where whether it has to move every time the block allowed to move it or not. So this consumes some space to maintain that, to track it, which row is moved or not. If you disable that, that space consumption is released. That's the reason. Somehow this little bit space will be, you can say, reused in case of disabled row movement.
So one more thing, if row movement you have done, so now it is done row migration, right? Your
yes,
flashbacks you have taken.
It's
So
a
it's nothing but row migration.
Yes.
So what is row chaining then means in this?
Okay, in this, see, chaining works when you go with the insert. Okay, so if you're trying to push one particular big record and it is unable to fit in one block, so what it says that it will divide it the piece of row, put it half piece in the first block, half piece in the another block. This is called row chaining. Okay, so row migration is nothing but the entire row will earlier there in the block 1 now move to enter into the block 2. In our case, it is movement happening from undo block to the another block. So this is we call row migration. Is it clear? So chaining means it's a partial row is shifted in one placed in one block, partial row there in the another block, and in between the chain is maintained. Migration means entire row shifted from one block to another block. There are 2 to 3 reasons where the row migration will happen. One of them is if you do a partitioning, that case. Second, when you go for your feature update, if the space is not enough, it will go for row migration. The third one is like a flashback kind of stuff. There are these 3 cases where row movement happens, row migration will happen. Yes, so that's a quick update. Let me cover this point. Any questions here? Any doubts? Shall I proceed? Okay, if no questions, let's continue here. I just drop this table. I know the timing. What is the timing? This is the one. I just go to the location of the under the similar to the trace location. Here you go. Go to the this is the folder where you normally save with the trace. Instead of trace, you go with log folder. So normally you say alert log file, you'll see it in the trace folder, but here shift to the log folder. Inside that you have a radial folder. Inside that you have an XML file, and open that XML file and just refer what table you are referring. So this is the timing which I will pick up where the table was there. I'll pick up this time. So what I will write down, I will say a table point in time recovery. I just write down this command which I just noted here. This is all. So I can say here recover table. Just write down instead of this recover table name. And what is my table name? My table name is you. My table here. This is my user. It's also there, right? This is my table. So the table is a T2, and it's a user which is a PDB. So the PDB is this. Whenever we talk about the PDB name is also given CDB1 and the PDB1. This is exactly what we had mentioned. And since it's a PDB and it was owned by that particular user, so this is what I just given that overall who has done and what is the activity they have performed, all those stuff you can verify like this. So here I may also get the container ID, container UID also you will get it. Like this, I just mentioned this all stuff. I'll just come out. I'll just take on a timing also. It is like a 7 o'clock 5 minutes. This was the time where it was present, all the data. Let's continue here. So what I'm saying here, this table belongs to the what we have performed. This is the user. Our user is in this case. You can see it. So this all I just prepared with this user. Okay, so now U101 is my user. I wanted to get it back. My syntax is here. At the end, you will see that here, prepare one of the table, one of the directory where you will do the point in time recovery. So I will just prepare this particular folder. It can be any location, and give the table name for recover table name, and the table name is I know the table name is T1, and as you can see here, this is my table T2, sorry, and you can say until instead of SCN, I can even mention the timestamp here until instead of SCN until. So here I can mention until time, and rather the until SCN I can go for until time, and until time you can just mention to_date. The timing you can mention within the bracket. I can just mention here what is the time. This timing you can just mention here what is the value. So the format would be the same what we earlier discussed. So I'll just take this is the timing 7 o'clock 5 minutes, and this is today's date 10th March here 03 and 2020, and here I can just say HS24 07 5 and 00 seconds, and I can just put here comma DD MMYY and HS24 MI So like this, you can just put this timing and it will do the recover table name and of pluggable database. What is the pluggable database name? Let's say CDB1. Okay, so this is the pluggable database.
Single quote missing there before the time.
Yes, sorry for that. Just put process. Thanks for that as well. So let's take a folder rather than here. I will just put this whatever available locations in my case. mkdir-p user01 app oracle and rman backup, and or you can just put aux. You can just give whatever folder, does not matter, just for my reference. Just a test here. Auxiliary purpose we go with this. Let's take this. This one. I prepared this folder right now, but nothing is there. I just try to put this. That path I will just put it here. That's it. So this is what we are expecting to perform. Recover table name and of pluggable database name, and then until time you can mention and auxiliary destinations. Here. Just to take a separate tab and just double confirm this is the syntax which I'm using it. But in time recovery you can do it. You can see here, this is the table level point. Table space also I can mention, and even table I can also mention. So this is the one, recover table name and point in time recovery, you can do it. Just try it for myself. Single quote here. This is actually I'm looking for. There. Small mistake here. To date. This is the form. Double quotes is actually starting from here and ending is okay. That's okay. Now let's continue. Here. In the ARMA prompt, dot space. First check daily TC. And here OINB 419C CD. Armament target flash. Now what it is doing? It is internal creating one temporary cloning. What it is performing? It's an internal doing a cloning part. So in the cloning, I need a first P instance to be started with a normal state. For that, I need a parameter file. This is a parameter file. It is runtime generated. After that, it is set the point in time recovery, which is says that set until time _ date, whatever the date I give. After that, it is preparing the see it's in a duplicate session. PSFN. Earlier there was a folder, nothing is there. Now so go to this location and see that. So here the database files gets prepared and go and check now P1. Here there was one instance. Now I can see there are two instances. This is a new instance gets created. So what it does, it will bring that here. Now what it is performing, it is doing the restoring that control file. Runtime picks up the original control file and placed it in the auxiliary location. And then it is cloning it. So after cloning is done, so it is taking this system of files of the root container and the one which pluggable I mentioned, that container it is referred, and now it is restoring those files into where? Into the location where I given. So after this location is restored, it is trying to perform recover part and followed by it is making online. So once this table data files are online, it is trying to apply the archives to that up to the point what you mentioned. After that, it is taking a, we can say that export. Now here it is creating one director object. You can see. Let it open. So this is now database gets open, which is only the PDB one, not the other one.
Existing database it won't affect.
Sorry, come again, please.
Existing database.
So it will not touch the existing database, but it will later get that table back to my existing table, existing database. It will not.
Once everything is done, it will done whatever it has created.
And it will delete the previous, the just what it is preparing. So if
yes.
If you now go and check here, the size of this particular size of this stuff, it's 2.4 gig. But if you go and check the other database size, you go here and check my Aura data, and here I have the folder is this. This is a folder one. So the one where I have is only the pertaining to this. So this is not exactly the total size. So it is only belongs to the one which we are storing.
Yeah, before doing this, we need to calculate the space also, right?
Yes, space requirement has to be verified. Okay, so that's important. Now, go ahead and verify here. This is it is finished recovery part. So what it is, what are the tables it is picked up? The one is without prefix, which is called root container. Root container system, and the table space what I mentioned, that table space, plus the undo table space of root container and undo table space of PDB1, and root container sysocs and the PDB1 sysocs. So these are the only files it is referred, and later gets it open. So after this open, you can just see that it is now preparing one director object. This is the one, it is creating one director object, and in that it is now, once it is performing the export. So this is the director object name, create or replace directory and all, and this is the location.
This is like point of time recovery.
Yes, it's like a point in time recovery, but it is a table level point in time. What is this part? Table point in time. We have a table space point in time recovery, we have a database point in time recovery, we have a table point. This is the exporting these objects. So syntax is given to you, you can just follow. So first prepare the folder and go to here. Must log into root container. Yes, that's important. And verify the space.
How we will calculate space? You have gone to the data file location, then you are
root container and the PDB container. Root plus PDB one. From where we are restoring, from where the table is present, that's and only that table space also. System sysocs undo. See, this is the one table we refer. See, what are the table spaces I want to have? These are the only table space I want. Only this much space it is consuming. Okay, so like this. Go ahead and check here. What are the data files it is restored? These are the hard. Okay, so 1, 4, 3 they are root container, and 11, 9, 10, 11 they are PDB blocking. Rest it is not touchable. So only this much of data file size I need it to be available that much space in the OS level mount point. There you prepare the narrative, and later this gets exported here. You can see this is the exported. After export is done, see this is the export is done. Now it is shutting down the cloned database, and it is aborted here. After abort, it is now importing it. Where it is importing again back to my original database. So here is import is done. So after import, you can come back here and go to your database. Earlier the table was not there. Now go and check alter session set, container report to CDB1 PDB. Now go and check this table is back. So table U1 again, the next from U101. See, table is back. Even though I just mentioned table was dropped with the first options. So I do not get in recycle bin, but I can do it point in time recovery. I hope it's clear. After this is done, you do this. Any questions? So this was how did I got this table back? Because of table level point in time. Okay, so this is we got table level point in time. And in that, you just mention this. Is it clear? This is the whole output. You can see that. Later you can just come out from this folder or this prompt. Just check what are the still the size usage. Now go and check. This is the previous usage check we did it. Now it is 101 MB. You can just delete this entire folder. Now no more required. Okay, just remove this. It's actually so plus. But if you go and check, this was the earlier size checked, 2.4 gig, but now it is 100 MB. But even that 100 MB is also no more required. That's it for your point in time recovery. Any questions here? Questions to ask? Now I have to go ahead and set up the tomorrow. It's a no session. Tomorrow session, it's there. Is anyone got any update? Tomorrow session is not there. Not sure, but tomorrow is there.
Tomorrow is no session.
So as per your calendar, tomorrow there is no session.
Oh, I think it's 18th.
It is 18th only. It's a holy where 18th only the cancel. Only 18th. Only 18th was the holiday. Tomorrow, as usual time, yes. Tomorrow is as usual time.
Saturday is off, right?
Yes, next Friday. Saturday, Sunday is holiday. Yeah.
Sorry, Saturday, Sunday. Okay.
Yeah, weekend holiday.
Do you have any blog on your name?
No, sorry, I didn't have that.
Keep one black, that is useful.
Sorry, come again.
If you keep any one black.
Yeah, obviously I had to do it, but I didn't get a time to make it ready.
Yeah, it's good session.
Thank you. So anyone has any questions to ask? I given you all the details, but now tomorrow onwards we will deep dive same thing with rack part. So I want you to be thorough in the rack also, the same way what I demonstrated. In the rack in and out we will see what has to be done, rack setup and all. So there are two setup I would request you to do it. One is 11G rack. I know this is tough, but doing both would be a little bit I can say.
So this rack is built on VMware or VirtualBox?
VirtualBox.
We can build rack in VMware also.
You can just virtual machine can be used anyone, but right now what I want to do the setup where we have virtual machines we are preparing the VirtualBox, not in VMware. Okay, so answer to that, now we are using VirtualBox.
No, and this is no DNS, right?
Sorry, I'll explain the DNS concept also. Don't worry.
Without DNS, right?
I will show you DNS as well. Without DNS also we can go ahead. Answer to your question, I will explain with DNS, but it's up to you which one you want to proceed. Okay.
No, actually, we want to know that without DNS, if you're taking, right? So how the scan will work? Normally, in my environment, the scan is there. There are 3 scans are running, but which scan they are getting connected, we are not getting to know. So for
Yeah,
that
it's a-
reason, this 3 scans are running. Scans are running 3, but from which scan listener they are connecting, we are not getting to know. But the connections are coming, they are going. If some node eviction or node getting crash also, the connections are getting filled over to the existing node, and again the node is coming up. But which scan is running, from which sessions are coming, we are not able to find out that.
Okay, where once you set up your set, you will answer that question. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, so please, you can say do practice this part. I already given you all the output. Please go through that output. Please even practice. The systems are available for you to practice it, and do practice as whatever I demonstrated. Please finish it from your end as well. Tomorrow I'll just start with showing you how to build the virtual machines and building the 2-node rack. All those stuff we will discuss. At the beginning, we will understand theory part. Along with that, side by side, we'll do practical as well. Your agenda is to get it complete 11G rack or 12G rack. Later, be ready with 12G rack, upgrading to 19G rack. Okay, so that's what the further agenda. Any questions before stopping for the day? Any questions?
Your blog, you said that you are giving your blog.
No. I said I don't have. Sorry, I said I don't have blog.
Okay.
Ambassador, while doing import, is it required to space it particular? For example, HR table space we want to do import. Is it required to sufficient space in HR table space or user table space? Sometimes we are getting user table space error also.
So that based on the user has where exactly his segments. First check the you can say the segment size, or you can say where the owner report to the importing user. So there you will come to know that is it not pointing to a specific table space, rather the segments are pointing to multiple table space. So due to that, you have to first pre-checks of the owner having what are the segment and they belongs to which table space.
My question is in the PDB level. For example, if PDB1 user there, if we want to import PDB1 schema, is it required PDB1 schema segments or CDB level user table space also need to sufficient space?
So if the objects are, if the segments are storing in the source, in the user's table space plus TBS1 example, in the target also it is expecting either remap to both one table space or have it in the target PDB also both the table space. Be ready with a sufficient space as per space consumption on the source.
My question is not only inside the PDB space, outside user space also it is taking sometimes. I guess I feel like that.
So this is you are asking about PDB1.
Yeah.
And this is a PDB1 and this is my PDB2. And you have users, you have TBS01. So what is your question in this? So I have a table username called U1. He has object in this T1. Okay, so now you are asking about you want to import that U1 data from this PDB1 to this PDB2. Okay, what is your question in this?
Okay, T1 data to T2 T1 table data to T2 PDB to T2 importing. Is it sufficient to only T2 PDB2 space or required CDB user table space also? It is consuming user table space also.
It's based on whether the U1 has here some data or not. Okay, so if this user has here the data, definitely here also I need that space to be there. If we do not have here any data, then never ever required here the space. But at least the default definition will be maintained, but rather there is no data.
it is user table space. It's contain metadata like objects. T2 objects, T2 metadata will be in user table space or not there.
Metadata
Like,
goes to system table space, not there.
Okay.
Metadata goes to this PDB2 system table space. Actual data goes to here.
Okay. In standard alone also got the error. Standard alone also got the error. Not only PDB. Sometimes based on objects you are saying. Like
That you have to check the DB underscore segments and the owner blocks that objects. Okay, so sometime what happens, you may create a LOBs and they are pointed to user table space rather than actual the where we have actual segment. In that case, you have to just check LOBs also. Compare with that.
LOBs you are saying.
Yeah.
Okay. LOBs. Okay.
Okay, that's it, guys. I'll stop it here. I would request you to just complete the today's whatever demonstration is given to you today itself, and tomorrow once we begin, we will jump to the rack session. Any questions? Hope training going as expected, guys.
We are thinking somewhat fast.
Huh? What's that?
Today's session is a bit fast.
Bit fast. Okay. No worries. I will go ahead and.
Good. I
But-
like.
Okay, someone says that it is a bit fast, but I will make it sure tomorrow I'll just go with a bit slow. And someone says that it's okay. So any other open feedback?
But when we get to know that AWR reports and all things.
Yeah, I will give you the upcoming class after rack answer to that question.
After that, okay.
Any other question? Sayed, right? So who feel very fast, guys? Don't worry, I will just go with slow as well. If you asking me to go with slow, I will definitely go with slow. But you can say there are some topics may not be covered as the total given, but we can go with that speed as well.
So how many days you will take for rack?
Sorry, at least
How
4
many
days.
days? 4 days.
Yeah, three to 4 days. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other question?
No. Thank you.
Yep. Sayed, any questions? No.
No. Thanks, Ambasa.
Vivek, any question? No, Vivek says thank you. Okay. No worries. So how many of you says that it's a fast? Okay, Vivek says is thinking it's a bit fast. Okay. Meet. Okay, Alpita also says a bit fast. Okay. Okay, I will make sure that we will go with a little bit slow also. But anyway, you have a recording. You can just refer that.
Yeah, we will check with Ashwini so that.
Any other questions before stopping?
How many days we have access for Google Drive?
Google Drive 1 month.
So we can copy from there?
Yes, why not?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And catch you tomorrow, guys. Take care and bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Thank you, bye-bye.